Hey there, everybody. It's been several weeks since I last showed up on here, and well, life's been keeping me busy. Again, as usual. So much so to where I just kind of, every time I just kind of wanted to just kick back, relax, and either do nothing productive at all, or just do literally anything else that doesn't involve me having to work on any kind of scheduled whatever. When by scheduled whatever, I could mean like my day job, where I'm scheduled to work and do this kind of job or what have you during X, Y, or Z day or the week or what have you. Or in the case of content creation, try to stick to a fixed kind of work schedule on a weekly basis for someone like that. Or to put it in a much simpler way, the grind has got to me a little bit again, so I need to take a little more time off to recharge my batteries, and I've just been doing everything I can here whenever I'm not working my day job to do just that. And, well, now I gotta get back into the groove of things again, especially now that October's right around the corner, and I very much want to, since it'll be appropriate for the month, check out Silent Hill 2 remake for that month, and maybe also possibly Silent Hill F as well. I'm still kind of undecided on that one, but based on the Steam score for the thing so far, it doesn't look like I'd say it's about as what I've expected it to be in terms of initial reception. Mostly positive, but there are a few reviews here. Spoiler-free reviews I've seen that do note a few issues about the game. So I'm mainly still wondering how the hell a Silent Hill game is going to work in 1960s Japan, rather than the Midwestern American town in question. Actually, wait, Silent Hill's in Maine, isn't it? The town. Well, whatever. Well, it's an American town, and the whole series it revolves around it or any other neighboring towns or locations that tie back to Silent Hill itself in some way. So, how exactly some random little 1960s village in Japan ties back to Silent Hill specifically, especially before the events of the very first game, or if you even give a shit about it, Silent Hill Origins, is beyond me. But who knows? Maybe there's something in the story of that game that could actually tie back to the rest of the series in a way that'll actually make sense once I actually delve into it, whenever that'll end up being the case. But at the very least, Silent Hill 2 remake for sure is on the cards for next month. So probably in the earlier part of October. So look forward to that. Metal Wolf ZX, hey Neo, how's it going? Well, I just been spending the past few minutes basically explaining. I just been trying to recharge my battery, so to speak, because the grind has gotten to me a bit again. So I'm now going to try to get back into the groove of content creation again. Still don't know if it's going to be a weekly thing, probably not, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to get some more stuff out now. Now that I feel not quite as mentally exhausted, I suppose. And Ammonius, also welcome to the stream. Wowers, it's been a while. Yeah, several weeks. Believe me, I do feel bad about that. But in my defense, I kind of needed it. I kind of needed a short break. And Liz25, also good to see you as well. Well, every Silent Hill game is kind of different. I was told the series is more thematic than having a solid timeline. That is true to an extent. When we're talking about the first few games that were made by K-Set, which was the original development team behind the first 4 games, otherwise known as Team Silent, save for Silent Hill 2, which was mostly a standalone story at the time of its release, Silent Hills 1, 3, and to an extent 4 all had a sort of interconnected story / overarching narrative between all those games, which Yeah. And then Origins was made by Climax Studios UK, which, you know, it's in the name. It's a UK game developer. They tried to make a prequel to the first Silent Hill game, and well, opinions on how well it meshed with the events of the first game's timeline are mixed, to say the least. But when it came to the actual gameplay side of things, I will admit, for a first attempt by that studio, was actually pretty good. And then Silent Hill Shattered Memories is basically a reimagining of the first game, also made by them. And that is a interesting title in of itself. And then there was Homecoming. We don't talk about Homecoming. And then there's Silent Hill Downpour. And, well, that game kind of basically put the franchise on hiatus for the better part of a decade, it feels like. At least until recently. But yeah, Downpour is also not tied to the story of the first 3 to 4 games here, where you have the whole story relating to the cult, the Order, and all that sort of thing. It's kind of like Silent Hill 2 in that respect. And Silent Hill Homecoming does also tie into the cult storyline as well, but again, the less said about that game, the better. IMO. There was one video about Silent Hill's identity crisis because every dead had a different idea. Well, that's basically actually what K-Set, the original developers behind the series, was actually aiming for of the series, believe it or not. They didn't actually originally intended for any of the entries of the series to be sequels or prequels to each other. They had the first game that was, the story about Harry Mason and Cheryl going on vacation to Silent Hill that goes horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. And then there's the story about Silent Hill 2 with James Sunderland and Mary and all the fun stuff about that. And the original plan for Silent Hill 3, based on my knowledge of the behind the scenes information, was that they were going to make it like a rail shooter kind of thing or something like that. Or at another point in development, it was going to feature. It was going to also be another standalone story that would kind of follow up on the more personal demon introspection kind of themes that Silent Hill 2 experimented with, but it would go into different types of subject matter that followed a similar vibe in that regard, but different enough to distinguish it from Silent Hill 2. That was the original plan before executives at Konami basically asked them to make Silent Hill 3 a proper follow-up to the first game, because Silent Hill 2, at the time it originally released, actually had a negative reception for most players because it didn't follow up on the story of the first game. Shocker, I know, given the game's reputation nowadays, but once upon a time, Silent Hill 2 was seen as a disappointing follow-up to a beloved first entry on the PSX. So yeah, Silent Hill 3 was then later on made into a sequel for Silent Hill 1, and well, Silent Hill 4 also kind of ended up, in a more loose sense, also acted as a follow-up to the events of Silent Hill 3. You get the picture. But yeah, bottom line, originally, none of the games were meant to be sequels to each other. They were meant to be thematic sequels, where they shared a similar setting, similar themes, vibes, and a foggy town filled with monsters and other things of that nature. But each and every game was meant to have its own unique story. Even the original development team, even the original developers, had plans to make the series like that. Before, again, plans changed for Silent Hill 3 and by extension 4, and the original development teams ended up getting shafted, and then the series ended up being given to a bunch of Western developers from that point onward. First starting with Climax Studios for Silent Hill Origins, like I mentioned previously, and then just going on from there. So, in a sense, The Western developers actually followed through on the original developers' intent to make thematic sequels, half the time at least, with the series. Only they just weren't as good as the stuff that the original developers made. At least as far as well, depending on who you ask. I'm definitely of the opinion that the original games are definitely the better games of the bunch. I'm not too fond of Silent Hill Homecoming, and I'm definitely not a fan of Downpour. But I will say that despite Origin's story's inconsistencies with the first game, everything else about it was actually pretty good, especially given that game's troubled development. And if you can get past the radically different gameplay of Shattered Memories compared to all the rest of the series that came before and even to an extent after, Shattered Memories was actually a surprisingly fun game for me back when I first played it on the Wii. But yeah, ever since the series came back, I've been apprehensive, to say the least, because there's that one game that, what was it called? Silent Hill Ascension. You know what? Why don't I make sure I'm getting my facts straight, and let's just pull it up real quick. Silent Hill Ascension. At least I think that's what it was called. That's that one game that was kind of like a interactive web series of sorts where it's basically a kind of online committee sort of game, for lack of a better description, where where content for the game would be released depending on what specific story paths that players were interested in over others. And that actually, you know what? Why don't I just read the summary here? So it was a interactive television series. Okay, so it wasn't a game, it was a television series. I don't really know too much about this because, well, when I saw the initial trailers for this thing, I was not impressed, to put it very mildly. In fact, I was kind of face-palming something fierce. And at that point, I just completely tuned out on this thing and haven't really seriously looked into it since. Because it looked like something that was straight out of, I don't know, Diablo or something, in regards to monster designs and... And I'm just remembering some of the scenes from some of the trailers and all that. Like, they were clearly trying to be scary, but it was animated so goddamn bad. And the voice acting, it's just... Oh, wow. Yeah, this thing did not impress me before it officially came out, and I never really bothered to look into it after that point since. And then there is this short letter, which, last I checked, is still a PlayStation 5 exclusive. So, with no way to play that, I just simply looked up a playthrough of it, along with analysis videos on the thing, and, well, the kindest way I can describe that one is it looks like something that wouldn't be out of place on the early 2010s out on early 2010s Tumblr. And it's probably for the best that I just leave it at that. The story is just... Yeah, I say to leave it at that, but here I am going to talk a little bit more anyway. Let me put it to you this way. Spoilers for the short message, so you might want to mute me for a couple minutes here in case you don't want any potential spoilers for that. But you got the first game in the series with Harry Mason and all that, where the story isn't a story about personal traumas relating to Harry Mason himself, but rather the character of Alessa Gillespie and all the horrible bullshit that poor girl was subjected to all the way until the events of the game proper. and how the horror elements and all the crazy otherworld stuff and everything that happened in that game was actually born from Alessa's traumas. And then there's everything about Silent Hill 2 and how the town itself shaped to all the traumas of all the main characters from that game. And Silent Hill 3 ended up being a continuation of Alessa's nightmares and everything in Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 4 was just a Nightmare on Elm Street, a Silent Hill edition, is the simplest way I can put it here. But the nightmare worlds in that game were shaped by Walter Sullivan's damaged psyche, and so on and so forth. My point is, with the rest of the series before the short letter, you've got all these characters who more often than not had been through some legitimately traumatic shit that would understandably knock a few screws loose in a person's head, especially if they've been subjected to it long enough. Angela, anyone? And then you have the main character in the short message, which, as I understand it, at least, much of her psychological and emotional hangups seem to mostly stem from simple bullying and not getting enough likes on social media for her art pieces. So I take that information, and then I compare this character to the rest of the characters from the rest of the series beforehand, especially with entries like Silent Hill 2, the original in particular, and I'm like, I'm supposed to take this shit seriously? I'm supposed to take your problems seriously? So, yeah. This revival for Silent Hill has not really impressed me so far. Ever since the series came back out of hiatus after Downpour basically put it down for the better part of a decade. But Silent Hill 2 Remake has apparently gotten a surprisingly good reception, even among people who were skeptical of the thing. I have noticed here that even a lot of the most hardcore critics and skeptics behind the remake here do have, at least on average, some positive things to say about it, even if it's not universally beloved across the board. And I mean, how could it be? It's a remake of arguably one of the most beloved pieces of interactive art ever made in the past couple decades, that being the original Silent Hill 2. So it's inevitably going to be divisive as to whether or not the remake is going to live up to the legacy, the quality, etc. of the original game. But apparently it's got something going for it that manages to make it stand out compared to compared to the short message and Ascension. So I'm going to go into it and give it a fair shot, despite my skepticism on it being able to live up to the original. As for Silent Hill F, well, you all know that I like Higurashi when they cry, and I mean, the guy who wrote that series is pretty much apparently the writer of that game, so I'm hoping that the story of that game will actually be good, even though I'm still very confused as to what a remote village in 1960 Japan has to do with Silent Hill. But maybe it'll surprise me. So, all that rambling about the hills aside, let's get to today's main event now, shall we? I, for one, am quite curious as to what refinements we can make to the phone wave, named subject to change, in order to make it into a proper time machine. Silent Hill 2 was phenomenal on its own, but the main criticism of those who played the original is that it's more action-based and lacks the handcrafted presentation of the fixed camera. That is one of the common criticisms I have heard about the remake, and I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, you could just look at pre-release trailers of the game before the thing even came out, and you can tell that's what they were going for. So I already know that I'm not going to be too big of a fan of that even before going into it, because this is Silent Hill we're talking about. Action horror is not really something that I feel really vibes with Silent Hill at all. Like it can work with Resident Evil, I think, but Silent Hill, not so much. So I'm hoping at the very least here that, despite what I suspect is going to be very repetitive simplified action gameplay in the remake here, that everything else about the game, like the level design, the atmosphere, the puzzles, the execution of the story, will be able to at least make up for it. I pray to God that it will. Otherwise, I can already tell you that just on that basis alone, and that's not getting to other issues I already have with it, just going by pre-release information and trailers and stuff, this game is going to be fighting an uphill battle to win my favor, especially in comparison to its original source material. But even so, like I said, I'm going to try to give it a chance and try to judge it on its own merits. So, Mayuri, care to refresh my memory on what it is exactly that we're all powwowing about right now? I wonder how much percentage of the stream will be filled with tangents, and how many of those I provoke. That's actually a good question. Well, as long as the tangents don't make you guys want to pull your hair out and just leave, then at the very least I'm doing something right with them, right? If they're not that annoying. At least I hope so. But I mean, hey, when I get going on something, I get going, all right? And in the case of Silent Hill, I'm a fan. I'm a passionate fan, all right? I rant and rave about this stuff because I care. Daru hacking. Thanks, Liz20. Okay, I remember now. Thank you, Liz25, for helping me refresh my memory on that. And Konkle, welcome to the stream. Mayuri. Speaking of adaptions of highly beloved series, Homestuck animated pilot came out, and I wonder how the internet will remember it. Yeah, I actually saw that on the trending thing for YouTube. I've never actually gotten into that series. I mean, I knew a few people back in my high school days that were really into it, but I never really gave it a shot myself, because it just didn't look like something that would really appeal to me personally. But who knows? Maybe I might give it a quick watch later tonight here, just to see what the hubbub's about. But I don't know. Somehow I'm not expecting it to really grab me.
苦戦中だ。少しぐらい休んでもらった方がいいんだがな。何もぶっ通しで何とかしろとは一言も言ってないんだから。ダル君のスーパーハッカー魂がメラメラバーニングしちゃったんだね。
そこ、ハッカーって言わないように。
An empty Diet Cola bottle comes whistling through the air. It hits my head with a nice thunk. You know, if you were trying to hit Mayuri, you need to work on your aim a little bit. Although if you did hit Mayuri, I would have to beat you senseless with one of my stick weapons. I got mail! Skyclad 2010. Greetings. This is Amane Suzaha. First email. Thanks for exchanging addresses with me yesterday. I finally made a friend here. Yay. Don't worry, I won't email you too much. And I might be slow to reply too. I'm kinda new at this email thing. It's okay to laugh at me. Ha! Okay, now what do I want to say to you? Okay, so that wasn't an exchange. You took my address by force. I had no choice but to submit. And this one says, where were you living before? And this one says, haven't used cell phones much. This one might actually reveal some information I feel like would be the best choice to select if I want to possibly learn some information about Amane herself. But on the other hand, I also imagine that replying with this might give me some more humorous dialogue. But for the sake of trying to glean as much information as I can, especially for this first story route I'm pretty much stuck on, I will go with this option here. Where were you living before? So she says that she's usually slow to respond, so I'm expecting nothing for at least 2 hours. Mayuri and I evacuate to a corner of the lounge and quietly eat the Auden. Eat the Auden? Wait, hold on. Shut it, wench. Oh, never mind. I thought I thought he was saying someone else here other than Odin. Never mind. Just because it's illegal doesn't inherently make it an immoral decision, especially if we're dealing with crazy supervillains that want complete and total world domination on the entirety of the human race. Sometimes you gotta be willing to break a few laws in order to promote the greater good. Don't I just sound like the perfect vigilante?
ダルのスーパーハッカーじゃなくてハッカーとしての腕前使わなければ宝の持ち腐れだ。
The IBN pilot is more like a concept pitch for fans than the first episode. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what a pilot episode in general usually is. Great animation, but very densely packed, and what's going on lacks context. Seems pretty standard for Visipop stuff, from what I understand. You should read Hobestock. It's a webcomic that's mainly composed of an animated image and short text per scene, so it's basically a browser-based visual novel. That's kind of how I understood it back then, again, back during high school. But I never really looked too deeply into it. I just know that I saw a shit ton of fan art being shared around by a few old friends of mine from back during those days. Like Steins Gate, it's filled with 2009 pop culture, nerdy characters, meta-humor, and progressive escalation of the mystery. Don't drop them in the Homestuck rabbit hole. That one goes on for too long. Well, I'll at least check out the pilot episode and just see if it grabs my attention from that, if nothing else. If not, then oh well. But if so, then well, how I choose to tackle the rest of the thing from that point onward, I guess that's future Neo's problem. Wait, did I just skip something? I think I did. Incidentally, it looks like hackers hijacked CERN's system back in 2008. We found news articles about it online. That means even the inventors of the World Wide Web have holes in their security. With his skills, Daru should have no trouble getting through.
それにこれはセルンの悪事を暴くため世界を陰で支配する巨大な闇との戦いなのだよ。
Yeah, he's basically saying what I just said a few minutes ago, only in, you know, his unique manner of describing it.
悪い いことは悪いことだよ。
Well, yes. But sometimes it's a necessary evil. That's unusual. Mayuri usually just accepts whatever I say. Well, I admit it. We are doing a bad thing. But there's no way we can stop now. We need to change the subject.
マユリよ、さつま揚げをやるから牛すじをくれないか。
Beef sounds good.
それならうずら卵がいいな。
ふざけるな。俺は牛すじの次にうずら卵が好きなのだ。
マユシーもうずら卵好きだもん。
Well, you could just split the egg, you know?
ちくわで手を打ってくれ。
わかったよ。さつま揚げよりはちくわだもんね。
With that said, I skewered the chikuwa and put it in Mayuri's can. And I get her beef in return. Subject change complete. Mayuri really eats up conversations about food. I see what you did there. It's so easy to manipulate her. Wahahaha! You're horrible.
もうすぐなんだよ。SQL のテーブル一覧さえ手に入れればパスワード特定余裕なんだよ。うへへへへ。僕をなめんな。
Gosh, she is so adorable. Anyway, little sister material. You mean little sister heroine material, or... Because I guess I could kind of see that, now that you mention it. You know, if she did have that kind of relationship with Rintaro. But fortunately for Rintaro, inbreeding is not on the menu for this game, it seems. So he's got that going for him, unlike Takumi. Daru has started talking to himself. Looks like things are falling into place. Like Tetris. Daru really is a super hacker. I think this is the first time I've seen him serious. No, you're just not paying attention. Daru bends himself forward, staring holes into his screen. Can he even bend himself over very far, given his rotundness? But all I see on the screen is the same string of numbers and letters. Yeah, he's definitely trying to access a server. That's for sure. Trying to get in via user profiles that are on the server, from what I can see, going by these these strings of information.
おほ、来た来た来た。いいよいいよ。ほら観念して俺の前に全部晒しやがれっつーの。すっぱだかにされてる気分はどうだよ。ひゃっ
Chat. He's talking dirty to the console terminal on screen. Should I be concerned? So, let me see what these names actually are. Abel, Akili, Adam, Adolf, Amy, Elaine, Alban, and I can't read the rest. It's too blurry. No names I recognize here from the cast. His eyes are bloodshot, and he started rambling. Man, reminds me of my server classes. I bet. Making tables, etc. Give that man a robot waifu. Give him... yeah, you know what? He needs a Gundam. That will be the perfect waifu for him. He big enough for him too. Big guy, big girl. It makes sense. Martin Linux users be like, hey, I feel called out there. I like this scene because it's realistic hacking instead of the usual BS that you see in fiction. Yeah, real-life hacking is not as exciting as what you would find in a lot of Hollywood movies or anything like that, where you got all these, where in some cases, like, I don't know, you got these little avatars that you control, that the person controls. They wander through cyberspace and just blast a bunch of random shit in the most extreme examples. No, a lot of real-world hacking is just you basically just trying to brute force accessing user accounts, user passwords, or servers, or what have you, using, inputting password after password after password, or using exploits within a operating system or a terminal in of itself. It's very repetitive stuff from my understanding of it here. Repetitive, boring as hell, but it is pragmatic, all things considered, because, I mean, well, again, that's basically how real-world computers and hacking works. Maybe the lack of sleep is getting to him. Well, he's been awake for what? At least a full 24 hours after you set him on this task? Maybe almost 2 days now, if I remember right. I mean, yeah, I would imagine that his gray matter is not exactly operating in optimal efficiency right now, to put it very mildly. Sleep deprivation kind of makes you drunk, from what I understand it. Around 48 hours. Okay, so it was around 48 hours. I wasn't 100% sure of that at first. Yeah, that will do it to anybody, especially if you're staring at a freaking screen for that long. There's been times in my life here where I actually did all-nighters just doing stuff on my laptops, and just having like what, anywhere from like an 8 to a 10-hour session where I'm just doing whatever on the thing, just staring at a screen. That really bothers you. That really bothers my eyesight. I can only imagine what it would do to somebody to just do that for 48 hours straight, and I don't think I could do it. No matter how obsessive I get with doing what X, Y, or Z whenever I get into the mood to do so. 4 hours of sleep does wonders to a man, ergo horrors. Ain't that the truth? Most of real hacking also heavily depends on the server having holes, often created through phishing mails. Ah, yeah, that's another thing I forgot about. If the server rejects some type of connections, you can't force your way in. Yeah, thank you for bringing up the phishing emails. I forgot that was also another common little hacking trick that a lot of people like to use, just to get information from you. So what a lot of phishing scammers will do is that they'll create fake websites or what have you, trick you into thinking that there's some kind of issue with your account, and then have you willingly give the information to them via the fake websites or whatever exactly the phishing scam is using, in order to get the information for your accounts and everything directly from you. And then once they have that information, they access the real servers, the real websites, the real whatever that information is, or passwords or what have you is tied to. And then a day or two later, all hell breaks loose for you. I believe that's actually one of the simplest ways to actually try to hack into things. If you're trying to be efficient about it, is hope that there's a dumbass here that'll fall for a phishing scam from you. An error sound rings. He quickly deletes the string and enters in a new one. He keeps repeating that sequence until finally.
おお、来た来たー !ID とパス一致、ひょっほーログイン完了だ、ゴラー死ねえ、なめんな Yes, yes, yes!
Chat, I'm witnessing a man do unwanted penetration on something right in front of me. Should I call the police and report a sexual assault? What enthusiasm!
誰やったのか
Penetration in this case referring, of course, to hacker terminology. In fact, security teams that do things such as penetration testing use that term for, well, penetration testing, because they're trying to find weaknesses. Within either an operating system, a server, or what have you, in order to try to find ways in order to help developers patch those issues out. The smug bastard turns around with an expression of immense satisfaction. Now, if memory serves, there are actually a couple of very specific Linux distros that are designed all around penetration testing, but I don't remember what they're called. I think there's one of them that's based on Fedora, if I remember right, but I could be wrong about that. The smug bastard turns around with an expression of immense satisfaction, as if he's gone into Le Petit Mort. Ah, sounds French. What do we have here? Dip, 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 dip. Le Petit Mort. Sage time. Internet. A condition of mental and physical release unique to male physiology. Characterized by a feeling of supreme calm and composure, entering this state is almost like becoming an empty shell. Also known as sage time, hyper sage time, or saint time in Japanese, and toss not clarity in. So you're saying that the big boy here just came after managing to hack into this thing? Is that what you're telling me? Did our super hacker jizz himself right in front of me? How disgusting.
Mission complete.
Good for you. Now change your pants.
本当か
すごいね。よくわかんないけど。
After 20 hours of agony, it's finally over. Wait, it's 20 hours. Well, it's 25. You said Okabe has been awake around 48 hours, and then you said Okabe was awake around 24. Wait. Something's not adding up here. Somebody's lying to me. At least I remember, speaking of you, List 25, at least I remember him saying that he took a nap during at least noon or evening, during inside voice commentary as response to Mayuri saying that they didn't sleep in 2 days. Yeah, that does sound right from what I recall. Again, it's been several weeks since I last booted this up. Extreme cases are calling some corporate noob and telling them that you're from the company tech support and need remote screen connection, then leave a recorder on their PC. Yeah, that's I think I remember hearing a few cases of just that sort of thing happening, and well, needless to say, people got egg on their faces big time after the fact. To show Daru my appreciation, I toss him an unopened Odin can.
仕事の後のおでん缶って最高すぎだろう。
So Okabe was saying 20 hours from his perspective. It was 48 for Daru. Oh, okay, I guess. Okay, that makes sense.
よくやった。やはりお前は世界最高のスーパーハッカー。
ハッカーな。
あ、ハッカーだ。お前が敵でなくてよかった。それで世界滅亡計画の証拠は見つかったか？
いや、まだ見てねっつーの。繋がっただけ。ここまで来ればあとは楽だけどな。
ならば疲れているところ悪いが早速調べてくれ。きっとあるはずなのだ。陰謀の影が。はい
はい、やりますよ。でもその前におでん缶食わせろ。
You're probably also gonna need some caffeine in your system after staying up for 2 whole freaking days staring at a computer screen. Might also want to rest your eyes for a little bit first, because you're probably having trouble seeing clearly right now, too. After a short meal break, Daru taps on his keyboard more nimbly than before.
手に入れたパスがセルンの誰のものなのかってのが問題なんだよな。
どういうこと？
セルンのデータベースに入ってデータのテーブル一覧をゲットしたんよ。そっから11111111とか ABCDEFGH みたいな簡単なパスワードを使ってる関係者に的を絞って ID 手に入れたわけ。
That's another thing I also vaguely recall about about penetration testing and hacking is that databases and lists exist that are comprised of extremely common passwords that a lot of people like to use for emails to bank accounts to pretty much anything that you can think of. And a lot of them are pretty simple, like how Itaru just described, where you just got passwords that could be something like a string of single numbers or random portions or strings of the alphabet, or very common words or phrases that are used in everyday conversation. Something that that person, at least for them, can more easily remember than something wholly unique that could be a combination of words, a name, numbers and exclamation points or anything, or symbols. Anything that would actually make the password unique and thus inherently stronger compared to something that is just comprised of either random strings or random words. Turns out, a lot of people don't really put too much effort into making really strong passwords. Again, if I remember this information correctly, this is something I remembered stumbling across like, 4 years ago or something now?
その ID の持ち主がサーバー管理者だったら最高なんだけど、さすがにそこまで運は良くないと思われ。
Oops.
日本語で OK だよ。
右に同じく。
要するにセルンのサーバー管理者のパスだったならセルンの全身を舐め回すように弛緩しまくりだけど、そうじゃない普通の研究員か何かならおっぱいしか見せてもらえない的な。
Not necessarily. It depends on the level of clearance that the researcher in question actually has access to. Like we could have an example where CERN's research divisions could be, for example, split into like maybe 4 levels. Like the least secure stuff here that they would have the least amount of concern protecting from the wider world could be level 1, and then the level of security for more highly classified material goes into higher levels, from level 1 to level 2, level 3, and level 4, respectively, with level 4 being essentially top secret within the company itself. So, depending on who this researcher is and their level of clearance, we might actually get to see more than CERN's boobs, as Itaru puts it, even if we may not necessarily be able to see every single little bit of what's inside the servers from head to toe. So I wouldn't get my hopes. I wouldn't be too terribly disappointed if it turns out that this isn't the administrator's password, because we might still have a good password to work with here. Again, depending on the level of clearance it grants us.
ダルク、エッチだね。
エロい例えをするな。つまり見られる情報が限定されてしまうということだろ。
そういうこと。サーバー管理者を特定してパスをゲットするのも時間の問題だけど、それはまた今度にするわ。さすがに眠くてあんま頭が働かん。
Well, if it's only a matter of time before we can potentially get a server admin's password, then I don't see why we can't just use whatever password we have now to see whatever information we can access here and now. and try to glean something from that. It'd be better than nothing, or, you know, God forbid, we end up getting found out before we have a chance to actually access the server admin's password and be able to get full access to the server in question. At that point, we'd only be setting ourselves up for failure without having been able to glean at anything. But then again, thinking about it now, surely a company, an entity like CERN would have ways to track in logins of its users, right? So it may not necessarily, yeah, I don't know. There may be a risk to using the password that we have now to access certain clearance levels, depending on how they keep track of user access around the clock. Especially if whoever this password actually belongs to ends up finding out, hey, I don't remember logging in at this specific time of day or whatever. I was asleep or something, and decides to notify someone else within CERN that there is probably a security breach. So maybe it would be better actually for us to wait until we get a better password and not overplay our hand too early. A real database wouldn't store passwords at all, only their translated hashes. Of course, there are public lists of which known passwords correlate to what hash string. Yeah, I think that's what I remember seeing back then, is a little list like that. Public lists. There's a 20 seconds delay between the chat and the message appearing on the stream, for the record. Yeah, I have it on low. I have it set on low latency rather than the lowest latency levels here, because I want to make sure that there's not any serious buffering issues between the stream itself and what you guys are seeing. But then again, since I am playing a visual novel, it may actually be okay for me to try the lowest settings at some point. But yeah, that 20-second delay you're noticing, it's intentional. It's not an issue. It's not really an issue with the stream itself, as far as I'm aware. Just trying to make sure that I'm delivering a more pleasant viewing experience for you guys. Depends on what security was 15 years ago. True. It would be cruel to push Daru any further. It's unfortunate, but overworking him isn't an option. Let him rest so he can regain his energy. He's got energy. It's in his fat reserves. Let his body use up that stored fat. Stored fat.
お、どうやら手に入れた ID は加速器部門担当者のものらしいよ。
サーバー管理者じゃないのか。
I guess that answers that question at least.
一発で当てるなんて奇跡でも起きない限り無理だっつうの。セルに何人の関係者がいると思ってるんだぜ。
何人
？6000人以上。
Yeah, it's definitely not a small number to work with. At least for our little tiny outfit. That many.
まあとりあえずこの加速器部門担当者の名前はジャックさんのメールのログをちょろっと覗かせてもらおうよ。
Jack, huh? And of course, the emails come up in English. Fear not, I'm fluent in the language. Most of the time.
頭が痛くなってきました。
It's pathetic to flinch at the mere sight of English.
ダリオ、何と書いてあるのだ。
翻訳しないと。
エキサイト先生にご登場願え。
Who the hell is Dr. Excite? Dr. Excite Sensei, internet, a machine translation site. Wait, Dr. Excite. There was a web search engine way back around the time period of this game that was called Dr. something, wasn't there? Was it called Dr. Jeeves? No, that was Ask Jeeves. Never mind. No, different thing. It rings a bell, but thought I had something, but I guess maybe not. Hey, fat only makes you resistant to getting tired when working, not sleep deprivation. Well, they managed to make a time machine out of a microwave duct tape and glue. Maybe they could find a way to make body fat act as a band-aid for sleep deprivation too while they're at it. Why the hell not? I mean, they made one possible thing happen. Why not make another happen?
そんなめんどいことしてらんねえっつの。
Daro boots up the translation software and auto-translates the open page. Poor, unnatural Japanese shows up. The first line says, Happy New Year.
新年の挨拶みたいっすな。バカンスでスペイン行くとか裏山。
Spain, huh? That email's not normal. Sorry, that email's normal. Where did I get not? Nothing out of the ordinary.
こういうログを漁っていけば、そのうちサーバー管理者も特定できるのだぜ。
Process of elimination. Simple enough. So, like other site jokes, don't know if it's the case in the U.S., but here it's Uncle Google and Aunt Wikipedia. Oh. Wait. Uncle Google and Aunt Wikipedia? Well, this is new to me. I never heard either of those sites referred to as that before.
他人のメールを勝手に見るのってすごくごめんなさいって気持ちになる。
Indeed. In a lot of jurisdictions, it would count as a federal offense. Or just a plain old regular government offense if you're not under a federal government, but details. In the US of A, it would be looking at another person's mail is indeed classified as a federal offense because we have a federal government. Mayuri gets depressed and moves away from the computer. All this illegal activity is making the poor girl sad. Rintaro! Feed her! Pat her head. She sits on the sofa and hugs her giant upa cushion with a sigh. Now you're making me depressed. I know we're doing something socially unacceptable. However...
俺はとっくに悪の道に踏み込んだ身。何の良心の呵責も感じないのだ。責任はすべてこの俺が取る。ダリアマユリに罪をかぶせるつもりはない。
うほ！僕、オカリンになら掘られてもいい。
Sounds pretty gay.
それはお断りだ。というわけでダルよ。心置きなく覗き見るのだ。
Although if those massive cheeks of his, would he even be able to actually get in there? Maybe I shouldn't think about that too much.
オカリンって悪いんだ。マユシーは悲しいです。
Ant with Wikipedia probably because female names in our language always end on an A. Oh, you mean Polish? Well, I learned something new today. That's of no concern to me. You just sit there and pretend your hands are clean. Of blood. Upon further examination, we discover several emails with the title Experiment Report. In English, naturally. Looks like he sends emails like these almost daily.
LHC の実験レポートか。タイムマシンのヒントが得られるかもしれん。開いてみるべきだろう。
LHC. No, I got nothing.
これ見たら確実にヤバそうだけど
You
な。
skipped one comment? Oh, wait. Yeah, basically school jokes. That when in trouble, you can count Uncle Google and Aunt Wikipedia. Wait a minute. I think I remember similar jokes being made back when I was in school, too. Yeah, how the hell did I forget? And now I'm feeling a wave of nostalgia, as a bunch of other memories from my school days now come flooding back to me. Some good, some bad. Congratulations, Liz25. You managed to crack open my memory bank like an egg. And now the yolk is spilling out all over the place and making a mess of everything. That's what his lips say, but his hand still clicks on the email. What comes up is an unintelligible series of symbols.
これ暗号化されてる。
Ah, yes, encryption. The one thing that the governments around the world hate more than anything else.
さすがに簡単にはいかないか。
ま、この程度の暗号を解くのはへでもないがな。
Nice, super hacker. You're welcome. He's a genius, no doubt. Daru undoes the security in less than 10 minutes. The real time sink is deciphering the crappy machine translation.
意訳すると
In Japanese, please. So what do we have here? Rearding. No, there's a word. Okay, so it's on February 9th of 2010. Hi, Paul. The experiment data of today was improved to the server. The condition of LHC is excellent, though it is LHC to the end. So LHC is a substance, I assume. This fellow is obedient, surprisingly, like the cat, though this fellow is capricious about this month. I think that may be this condition for a long time. Well, apparently for whatever this LHC stuff is, I guess it's sentient, if I'm understanding this right. I think it may be this condition for a long time. However, do you not think that the work not rewarding? It is this kitten large cat. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so then again, I guess being obedient doesn't necessarily imply sentience. If it's like a chemical or if it's like a chemical substance or whatever, creating a specific type of chemical reaction, like how you want it to, depending on what was being subjected to it, you could call that. You can call that as an example of someone being obedient. So it's not necessarily that LHC is something that's alive or anything like that, let alone can follow directions, like a cat, or the cat, in this case. I'm not 100% sure what to make of this, but I feel like there's something here that's definitely worth keeping in mind. for sure.
Hi, ポール。
そういう演技は無用だ。
サイですか。今日付の実験データをサーバーにアップしておいた。LHC の調子は良好だ。あくまで LHC はだがこいつはまるで猫みたいに気まぐれだが、ここ1ヶ月ほどは驚くほど素直だ。ずっとこの調子だといいんだがな。しかし報われない仕事だと思わないか。この子猫、大猫と言うべきか。はははははは。が稼働して9年になるが。
27 kilometer long kitten. Okay. Me and my American way of measuring things, I'm gonna need to refresh my memory real quick on how long a kilometer is. So give me just a second to do just that. So let me pull up a web browser. How long is a kilometer? Kilometer is a unit of length in the metric system equal to, hold on a second, 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters. So this thing is 27,000 meters long? Jesus, that's a big kitty. Holy fuck. It has been in operation for 9 years.
この人類史を塗り替える研究は一部の人間の目にしか入らないわけで、もっとも公表されたらされたでいい晒し者になるのがオチだろうがな。
Mile is 1.6 kilometers. So yeah, this thing is several miles in length. That's what wowed me. Like, again, big kitty. Big old fur ball.
世の中の連中はきっとこう言うだろうさ。今すぐロバート・ゼメキフをセルンに呼んでください。そうすれば1年と経たないうちに作ってもらえるだろうってな。
9年
Daru finishes reading. I rub my temples with my thumbs. Calm down. Let's sort things out.
今のメール、翻訳ミスということはないのか。
Did Daru notice something unnatural too? He's not joking like he usually does. You mean besides the fact that we've got a several mile long kitty cat on our hands? Or rather in our lap?
翻訳ソフトを信じるならミスはないんじゃね。ところどころへんてこな日本語になってるのは確かだけど。
だとしたら妙なことになる。LHC が稼働を開始したのは去年の春ぐらいだったはずだ。だがこのメールでは9年前から稼働していたと読み取れる。
おかしいな。
The email's send date is this year, 2010. So 9 years ago makes it 2001. 2001. So let me go over my notes real fast. Okay, so I'm specifically going to go over whatever information I've got jotted down about John Titor, because if memory serves, 2001 was another crucial year for John Titor's stuff, I think. Let me confirm that real quick. Guess not. How about I check my tips on him? Might be something in there about that. Let me check that real fast. Okay, so John Titor would be here. Here we are. He appeared in November of 2000, so year just before LHC started being used for this big old 27-kilometer kitty cat of theirs. Okay. John Titor posted this on @channel yesterday. The only other thing I can say is that you must not believe their lies. They have already succeeded at creating micro black holes. Possibly 9 years ago, is what you're saying. Give or take. I gulp. If you read between the lines of this email, it sounds like they're doing some sort of secret experiment. Yeah, no shit. Also, Robert Zemeckis is a super famous Hollywood movie director. He directed a trilogy of smash hit time travel movies about 20 years ago. What, the Terminator movies or something? I groan. No way. Was I right? CERN's hiding a major secret from the world. And it's related to time travel? Either that, or it's related to creating miniature black holes. Which, going by some of the information we gleaned from Kurisu's lecture, which we did attend, it is one or two of the theories that she ended up mentioning during that little debate does utilize black hole, the gravity from black holes, in order to initiate time travel. Can't remember off the top of my head what those theories' names are, but I think there was at least 2 of them. I still haven't gone back and fully went over that thing and made notes, but wait, maybe I did. Hold on. Let me double check. Okay, here we go. I did write them down, thank God. So, yeah, Kurisu is of the opinion that time machines cannot exist, which she asserts by going into the following. The following 11 theories for time travels she finds that are worth mentioning. The mechanics behind them and why they cannot work with today's technology and our current understanding of physical reality. So we got the neutron star theory, the black hole theory, light speed theory, tachyon theory, wormhole theory, exotic matter theory, cosmic string theory, quantum gravity theory, cesium laser theory, elementary particle and ring and laser theory, and Dirac antiparticle theory. Needless to say, the black hole theory for sure would make sense if LCH or whatever that stuff is that was just mentioned is something that CERN is using to try to create miniature black holes. So maybe that's how they're trying to accomplish time travel, is using the black holes. I think we might be onto something, chat. I love that I asked Internet about radius and AI mentioned LHC. But in short, since LHC is a circle, the radius is 4.3 kilometers, or 8.6 kilometers in diameter. 4.3 kilometers equals 2.67 miles. Yep. Again, like I was saying before, whatever kitty they're working on is a big boy. The acceleration ring needs that much length and that much curvature. It's basically as wide as the city it's next to. Very interesting stuff indeed.
ダル、 もっと調べてくれ。タイムマシン研究の痕跡を探すんだ。
マジでか。
I don't know if Daru is questioning my order or the possibility that Stern might be researching time travel. Either way, he begins tapping on the keyboard again.
どのメールにもタイムマシンって単語は出てこないけど。
Probably because the bulk of the research that they're currently working on right in here and now isn't concerned with an overall time machine, but rather a specific component of the time machine. In this case, creating miniature black holes, and probably refining them too, if these experiments have indeed been going on for 9 years, as that last email seems to claim.
Z プログラムって単語がこの数ヶ月で100箇所以上も使われてる。
Z program.
これ今 LHC を使ってやってる実験のことじゃね？
その具体的な内容はブラックホールの生成実験か。
どっかに資料は。お、見つけた。
Dara opens a PDF attachment.
ほほう、なんかこれフランスとイギリスとオランダのトップシークレット扱いっぽい。
国家最高機密。
セルンは国家機関じゃないはずなのに、なんでだろう。
Well, if they're doing contract work with these governments, then that would pretty much explain how they would have government documents on their servers. It's not unusual for private corporations to do contract work or anything of the sort with actual governments. Think private military companies or security companies, armament companies, that kind of thing.
つうか国家機密ってさすがにまずいんじゃね？
構わん。詳細を調べろ。
Get me the deets, please.
いやいや、バレたらただじゃ済まんし。
Ain't that the truth?
お前はハッキングで足がつくような無能なのか？
そうならないようにはしてる。
だったら何も問題はない。
Well, sometimes the precautions may not be enough, especially if the people that were hacking are surprisingly confident at snooping out unwanted rats. Which I suspect they probably are.
そりゃどうも。
Daru makes a slightly awkward face as he takes the file about the Z program and feeds it into the translation software.
5月14日第137次 Z プログラム実験レポート。
Error. Human is dead. They're conducting human experiments with this. Now that is scandalous. LHC talk reminded me of thermonuclear construction video and how big it is. Now there's a whole nother discussion of itself. The physics behind the nuclear physics. I'm assuming that he's going to read the proper report for us, but even so, I'm going to try to see what I can glean from this image, just in case he doesn't read everything. Because the mini black hole generation mission has already been established, the report is omitted. Well, there you go. Looks like they have indeed succeeded in generating black holes. Going by this thing. Outcome of experiment. Human is dead. Mismatch to Jellyman's report. Number 14 of the attached paper for details of experiment proposes that blank necessary to stop as long as lifter's adjustment and to each part agreement. So, who's Jellyman exactly? Is he by any chance friends with Peanut Butter Man?
なお、ミニブラックホール生成ミッションはすでに確立しているため報告は省く。第一に
Stop! Stop!
Why? Why are we stopping? All of a sudden, Tyler's prediction became a reality. Oh, I can't wait to have you explain this to me.
やはりセルンは LHC を使ったミニブラックホール生成に成功していたのだ。
Well, yeah, clearly. I mean, going by the other documents that we read beforehand, reading between the lines, I think it was pretty easy to deduce that.
公式には実験はまだ成功してないって発表されてるのにな。
Probably because this research that they're working on is a component to some other larger project that the rest of CERN might also be working on, which could be time travel, like what I posited earlier. They're probably just working on refining the black holes in a very specific manner in order to create a necessary component for time travel. If I had a complaint, this scene makes more sense in Japanese because the characters are yet to read the document. In English, the timing is off. Well, I wouldn't have known that if you hadn't said anything. But basically, the reactor is already built for decades because they wait for right technologies. Yeah, again, that seems to be what's going on here to me. This is what Tyler was referring to when he posted, "Don't believe what they say."
そもそも実験の目的は新しい素粒子反応を起こすことであってミニブラックホール生成じゃないし。
Elementary particle reactions. So that would tie into the elementary particle ring and laser theory. But they're also creating miniature black holes. So two of the theories that Kurisu posited are the black hole theory and the elementary particle ring and laser theory. I believe and again from what I recall of that whole conversation way back when, even though there is a separate black hole theory, black holes aren't unique solely to that specific theory when it comes to the possible mechanics or theories of time travel. I'm pretty sure black holes also play a part in at least one other thing. Either that, or they're trying to combine elements from the black hole theory and the elementary particle ring and laser theories in order to possibly achieve time travel this way. It's not like these theories have to be necessarily mutually exclusive, right? Like maybe it's possible to achieve time travel using more than one specific method. Or, why would a big tech with a dark secret announce anything until they're already done what they wanted? Pretty much, yeah. Announcing something like that here, especially if you have less than noble intentions, would pretty much paint a big target on your back for anybody that would probably have just cause to want to stop you. Dara doesn't take his wide eyes off the monitor.
だが実際にはすでにミニブラックホールは生成されている。
みたいだな。
その先には何と書いてある？
実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。詳細は別紙ゼリーマンズレポートナンバー14を参照。
That is something I'm really curious about. What do they mean exactly by mismatch?
リフターの調整および各局所は適合地点をオンラインとして確定できない限り実験は停止するべきと提案する
Until the lifter is perfected and all local field conformity points are online. Maybe this is tied to the LHC experiments right here. This stuff.
どういう意味だ？
Human is dead って人が死んだって意味じゃね？
Somebody died? Seriously? I groan. And this is where the plot starts. Aside from the stabbing. Yeah. Honestly, I could see that, especially given what all this stuff is implying. This isn't a joke anymore. Something very serious is going on here. Maybe we really are in too deep. And what if we are? I'm not afraid. I'm not. After all, I am the insane mad scientist, Hoin Kyoma. We can't stop now. I can't control my curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, so they say. Besides, now that I have proof of their evil deeds, ignoring them would just leave a bad taste in my mouth. My throat's gone dry. I swallow my saliva. In an attempt to keep whatever composure I can, I scold myself for being so faint of heart.
ゼリーマンズレポートというのは何だ?
I think a better question is, who is Jellyman? Daru starts typing once I ask my question, but he soon clicks his tongue.
ジャックさんのメールには見当たらないな。誰かもっと偉い人かサーバー管理者のパスを手に入れないと。
ではそれは後回しだ。タイムマシンについて探してくれ。
さすがに出てこないんじゃね
？Again, that's the thing. I think we are actually already looking at stuff, information that is related to time machines. Specifically, components of it. Because based on what we just read here, we've got information here that could lead credence to the idea that CERN is possibly looking into creating something that either uses the black hole theory, or the elementary particle and laser theory, or a combination of the two things. Again, assuming that the mechanics of time travel aren't mutually exclusive to each and every theory that was posited earlier, and that multiple methods could actually be either used in tandem or used independently in order to achieve similar results. But right now, based on what little information we've got to work with, I'm going to run with the assumption that it may actually require elements from at least multiple theories in order to actually create tangible time travel. And black holes play a part in it somehow, along with elementary particles. I'm doing fine and can type well. Hooray!
「加速器技術委員会」とか LHC 計画責任者とかって単語が出てきたから、その辺の ID を見当をつけて探すかな。そっちからならもっと突っ込んだ情報が手に入るかもしれんわな。
ジャックさんの ID では調べられないのか?
Daru shakes his head.
では今日のところはこれまでか。
ちなみにさ、今見てたのがセルンの一番でかいサーバーなんだけど、実はもう一個妙なデータベースがあったんだよね。
妙というと？
バグってた。
Buggy?
バグ？
What do you mean by buggy?
いや、バグっつうか、一応プログラムのコードらしきものは出てくるんだけど、もう意味不すぎてむちゃくちゃっつうか、全くもって解読不能です、本当にありがとうございましたっつうか。
Oh, I think I see where this is leading to. Gibberish that is impossible for us to decode with what we have, but maybe that little specific PC, which Amane is looking into right now, might be able to do just that. To decode this string of information you just came across. I'm assuming that's what they're setting this up for. No proof, of course.
暗号化されている可能性は？
あれは暗号には見えないのだぜ。そもそもプログラムとして成立してないんだよね。ただそんな誰にも見られないようなデータベースがなんで置いてあんのかは気になる。
気になるな。
What do you think of Rentaro here? Does he have a vigilante syndrome? We're in the actual crime territory now, and we're not working with police or newspapers. Well, I mean, I think that's pretty much a given the context of the actions that is actually being taken here. He does, for sure, seem to have a vigilante complex about him. What I'm worried about, though, is just how this is going to inevitably end up backfiring in our and blowing up in our faces. Because you know that's gonna happen. The question is, how bad are the results going to be once it finally does? Because sometimes it does not pay to be a vigilante. Even if, given the scope of the threat that seems to be at play here, I would argue it would be indeed a necessary thing to do. Because if not us, then who else is going to put a stop to it? So I mean, I can kind of understand. I can kind of understand it when looking at it from that perspective. But at the same time, we're not going to be in for an easy ride if we're going to play vigilante justice here with this, especially something of this scale. So I hope poor Rintaro's little heart here will be able to handle whatever heartache is going to come our way, because I'm pretty positive there's going to be a lot of it. If you open any non-text file in a wrong encoding or software, it'll look like gibberish. Yeah, pretty much. And that's why I'm now kind of wondering, maybe that's what that one little DOS-like computer that Mane is looking into might be used for later on in the story, because that thing has a hidden function in order to be able to decode a very specific type of encryption protocol. And so, what if CERN is using an encryption protocol that machine specifically would be able to decrypt and allow whoever to be able to read whatever is encrypted there? I mean, given what we're looking into now, and you know, the fact that there's supposedly a computer right somewhere here in town somewhere that has a hidden function like that, I don't feel like it's a coincidence, is all I'm saying. Darrow tries every trick in the book to crack that mystery database. But after about an hour, the distance he had for fingers begins speeding up. Eventually he just slams the keyboard out of frustration. And now I'm just picturing that old and ancient but famous little viral video of the German kid just losing his shit on some online game and smashing his keyboard until the keycaps come flying off.
わからん。全然わからん。こんなん絶対プログラムじゃねえよ、ボケ。死ねカスが。
Oh, great. He snapped.
もうやめた方がいいよ。
Mayuri puts down her sewing tools and turns to Daru with a worried look on her face.
頭もよく回らんし、もう無理。ふへふへ。
This is bad. Daru's breaking down. Maybe I'm pushing him too far. About time you realize that. The poor boy's heart is about to give out. He's been up for 2 days straight. He's probably at his limit.
ご苦労だった。もう休め、ダル。
そうするわ。つうかさ、もしこれがバグじゃなくてガチでプログラムだとしても、作ったやつにしかわからんよ。
Now, I'm no expert on encryption by any stretch of the imagination, but this stuff right here, I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at.
こんなん見たことないし。
A program unlike anything he's seen. I got mail! Is that you, Amane? Oh, shit. It's John. Are you being honest? If everything you wrote is true, then we have a lot to talk about. Particularly concerning the IBN 5100's hidden functionality. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. The IBN 5100, that's the computer I was talking about earlier. That's got the hidden function that can encrypt a very unique encryption protocol. What if that's what this database is using? That specific protocol? Which I have not mentioned yet. Okay, particularly concerning the IBN 5100's hidden functionality, which I have not mentioned to anybody yet. I am indeed surprised that you know about it. However, I have not gone to the year 2000, though it's possible I may go there later. There are 3 possible explanations. First, the John Titor who appeared in 2000 is my future self. In other words, I go to 2000 later and write about things you have told me. But that would cause a chicken and egg paradox, wouldn't it? Yeah, it kind of would, now that you mention it. Interesting. Second, you're delusional or making things up. Hey, now I'm not in chaos head. For the sake of serious discussion, let's set this possibility aside. Third, you may have seen something I wrote on a different world line. That would mean that 10 years ago you existed on a different world line than the one we're on now. However, that raises another issue. When the world line changes, the entire timeline is reconstructed from past to future in order to prevent a paradox from occurring. That was proven in 2036. In other words, it should be impossible for you to retain memories of a previous world line. Unless you too are a time traveler, that is. Do you have any idea what the cause could be? Well, Mr. Titor, considering that little video I saw of the fancy schmancy little phone wave named Subject to Change's Lights that played when I shot my big ol' super hacker a text after Kurisu's initial murder, I had the sneaking suspicion that I am indeed a time traveler and I just don't know it yet. Because if it's not the phone wave that I saw during that brief little segment, then I have no idea what the hell to really say on the matter as to why I seem to have a ripple-proof memory. But I'm running with the assumption right now, based on that little thing, that was indeed the phone wave I saw, and that maybe it's something I might have done in the future. So therefore, I am time traveler, and therefore, my brain be indeed ripple-proof. It's a hex and ASCII representation of the file's contents. Ah. I'm back, but that building for decades comment was in relation to thermonuclear reactor, because it looked like as if you thought I was talking about in-game lore. Yeah, I think that's indeed what I was thinking, yeah. I gulp. A flash runs through my head like an electric shock. That's quite a bit of text, but what catches my eye are the first several lines.
そうか。今、点が線でつながろうとしているぞ。
何の話？
I like how I was able to predict the IBN 5100's possible role in deciphering this database we just found minutes before it actually became relevant. Damn, I'm good. I swear I did not read ahead of any of this stuff, by the way. Mayuri looks at me curiously, but I don't have time to answer her. I'm frantically assembling the pieces in my mind.
ジョン・タイター、セル、タイムマシン。
These things are all connected. And now I have another piece of the puzzle. I shiver at my own brilliance. It's my brilliance you'd be shivering at, boy.
もしかするとそ
I
の
figured it out first.
判明するかもしれんぞ。
え、マジで？どうやって？
I aim my phone's camera at the screen displaying the supposedly bugged data and take a picture. Be sending this to John. I attach it to a message. Does this code look familiar? And send it to Tider. A mysterious database inside CERN. A program unlike anything Super Hacker Daru has ever seen. Its true form is...
俺のひらめきが正しければ、ジョン・タイターが知っている。
はあ？それはないわ。
なんとでも言うがいい。答えはすぐに出る。
We wait for Tider's reply. Though it's only been a few minutes, it feels like an eternity to me.
来た。
Alright, what do we got? Where did you find that? That's written in a proprietary IBN programming language used prior to 1975. You can only decipher it with an IBN 51. Ha 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 ha! Confirmation! I quickly open the mail. And its contents are enough to raise goosebumps on my entire body.
やはりな。
Wonder how this affects Rentaro's psyche when he just happened to have several keys coincidentally appear in his hands. Well, I'll tell you how it's affecting my psyche. It's making me feel real pleased with myself.
やはりって？
ダルよ。俺の予想は正しかった。
Although the self-gratification that Rentaro seems to be experiencing right now is several magnitudes greater than mine.
判明したぞ。そのプログラムの正体が。
Indeed, compared to me, he sounds practically orgasmic.
IBN 5100。
Yep. That's indeed an oldie. An old computer, I mean. That retro PC has a certain special function. In fact, for more than 25 years after it went to market in 1975, nobody knew of it save a few IBN engineers. That function was first brought to light by the John Tider who appeared in 2000. A while after Tider posted about it, an actual IBN engineer admitted to the hidden function's existence. Which reminds me, I talked to Suzuha about this only yesterday.
APL やベーシックが普及する前に書かれた IBN の独自のプログラミング言語も解読できちゃうのってさ、驚愕だと思わない？
I'm pretty sure I asked this last time. But how does Suzuha know about this thing exactly? Given how secretive the information about this machine's hidden function actually is. For me, the Occam's razor answer to this is maybe Suzuha here is our time traveler. But I feel like that'd be far too simple of an answer.
IBN 5100でしか解読できない失われたプログラミング言語があったりするんだよ。
What an incredible coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence, but again, I'm not sure if this necessarily means that you know, Akane, like I said, is our time traveling John Titor here. A prime example of synchronicity at work. Didn't we already have a tip for this before? Synchronicity? Synchronicity. Other. A concept advocated by Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, 1875 through 1961. Oh boy, Carl Jung. I know about him. A meaningful coincidence. Simultaneity. The feeling that two casually unrelated events have a meaningful deterministic relationship. For example, a vase fell and shattered, and at the same time my grandmother died in the hospital, or I was gossiping about this person and then they called me right after, or countless other similar stories. Synchronicity is such an incredibly common phenomenon that nearly everyone has felt it at some point in their lives, no matter where they are in the world. Speak of the devil, am I right? It's almost like an almighty will is pulling the strings. Yeah, it's that. Never mind, I thought I heard something just now.
いいな、断じていいなだ。我らにとってこの発見はまさに必然。これこそがシュタインズゲートの選択だということだ。
Wait a minute, wasn't there mention of a great will or something like that in Chaos Head? Who was it that mentioned that? Was it Ayane or Seiya, maybe? Sounds familiar.
つまりセルンは IBN5100 を使ってこのデータベースを構築したって？互換性のないマシンを使って？なんでそんなわけわからんことを？
Probably to make it super extra secure. Probably.
ならば聞くが、外部からのクラッキングに対する最高のセキュリティ方法は何だ？
Isolate from the outside. Isolate it, basically. Keep it to where you can't. Keep it to where no external force can access it unless you have the means to get in. At least I think that's where he's going with this. Cracking. Computer terminology. Used to describe actions such as illegally accessing network systems, tampering with data, etc. It is often confused with hacking, but the word hacking originally means the constructive study of software. Cracking, however, refers to malicious, unauthorized activity, so whenever the term hacking is used by the media, it is typically what they're referring to. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, the simplest way I could explain it, like I said here, is the best way to secure a machine against external cracking is to isolate it from being accessible to external forces. Meaning that the only way you'd be able to get in is to be able to access it from the inside.
そりゃスタンドアローンだろう。
make it a standalone, of course. And standalone is a term referring to a computer that is not connected to any other computer or network. So yeah, there you go. I didn't realize there was an actual term for it. But yeah, make it standalone. Hallelujah. Right again. Dara quickly catches on to the intent of my question.
IBN5100 でしか解読できないなら、それは疑似的なスタンドアローンってわけか。
ゆえに、そこに眠るのはセルンにとって最重要の機密だということだ。
つか、オカリンはなんでその隠された機能のこと知ってるん？ソースは？
俺の頭の中に眠る膨大なインデックスに記述されている。どうでも言っておこう。
Tyler said it himself 10 years ago, but Dara wouldn't believe me if I told him the truth. When/if time travel is involved, we can't reliably guess how any character has learned something. Rintaro, for starters, didn't learn about IBN with understandable means. I guess that's true. 3-stage backup strategy. Copy to separate machine, copy to separate network, copy to a physically disconnected storage. So yeah, basically make a standalone. I ignored Daru's retort.
マユリ、大事な話があるから集まれ。
ここからでも聞こえるよ。
Mayuri's sewing. She doesn't get off the sofa.
聞こえるとか聞こえないとかの問題ではないのだ。これは我ら未来ガジェット研究所にとって、いや、人類の未来にとって運命を左右する会議なのだよ。だからもっとこう秘密めいた感じというか、企んでいる感じを出したい。
It's important that we stare closely at the monitor and exchange dramatic lines. The atmosphere right now is too light. It's all Mayuri's fault. Bullshit! Nothing is ever her fault!
バルダ組には参加しません。
Well, I can't have everything my way.
二人とも聞け。
I'll tell you one thing, she'll make a bad Wendy's employee with that attitude.
これは世界を影から操る巨大な闇との戦いの第一歩となるだろう。敵はセルン、世界的な研究機関でありながら邪悪な研究に見られた連中である。
オカリン、声でけえ。徹夜明けにはきついっす。
Crap. I guess I'm being too loud. Correction, Daru, you've been up for 2 nights. It kind of ruins the whole secret feeling. And the window's open, too. Usuzawa's down below. I'm sure she can hear everything. I'm sure anybody could hear anything. And God forbid it's somebody who we absolutely do not want to hear what we're talking about. So I turn it down a notch.
いいか、世界にマッドサイエンティストは2人いらん。奴らに先んじられる前に我らが出し抜いてやるのだ。
Why must we fight? Seriously, why must we fight? Why can't there just be 2 mad scientists that can just coexist? Rather than make war, why not make love?
奴らって？
奴らは奴らだ。
Them.
あのね、マユシーは全然わかんないよ。
つまりこの秋葉のどこかにあるという幻のレトロ PC IBN5100 を手に入れる。
I make a magnificent declaration, but Daru just rubs his eyes, and Mayuri returns to her needlework. damn it, is there anything you guys react to? We've uncovered a massive conspiracy here. Seems like it, to be fair. I think I'm just now noticing this for the first time, but Daru's hat, that little symbol on it, is that a question mark? Because it kind of looks like a three-dimensional question mark to me. That aside, how come you aren't excited?
僕探すのはパス。マジで寝させてよ。それとセルンの中をもっと探りたい件について。
Reference: a deuteragonist of Magical Index series is Index Libronium Prohibitorium, who has photographic memory. I thought that term sounded familiar. Yeah, okay, so I did recognize it. I need to resume reading that series, by the way. Certain Magical Index. I got the whole light novel series on my bookshelf.
そうだ。まあ、それができるのはダルだけなのだから、そっちは任せる。では、IBN5100 の捜索は俺とマユリで。
無理だよ。
Mayuri makes an apologetic face.
コス作りもあるし、バイトもあるもん。
So basically, you two are telling me this. I kind of like the little visual effect we got here, showing off two characters' sprites that are in different areas of the room, where right smack in the middle you can see the two CG backgrounds fading into each other to show where each character is standing in relation to the room that they're in. It's kind of a neat little effect, and it actually meshes pretty well with the rest of the visual aesthetic pretty well. So basically, you two are telling me this. I'm the only one with free time. Not necessarily. I mean, hey, we've made some new acquaintances recently and exchanged contact information with, so why don't we just call one of them and see if they'd be willing to help us investigate.
いいだろう。この件は俺が何とかする。そうと決まった以上、俺のやり方に口出しは無用だ。わかったな。
また何か悪いことしようとしてる？
いや、口だけじゃね。
I leave my useless comrades behind and stride gallantly out of the lab. Gallantly, he strides. I step out onto the street. Immediately, a bicycle skids to a stop in front of me. Well, speak of the devil.
Hi, Okabe Rintaro.
I was just talking about and thinking about you just a few minutes ago. Perhaps this right here is an example of synchronicity in action? Susaha gets off her bicycle and gives me a strange greeting. I want to ask her, are you an American or something? But I'm distracted by her shiny bicycle. Okay, I just want to ask, are you John Titor? I don't necessarily think that you are, but how do you know about how do you know about the IBM 5100's hidden functionality? It's the same bicycle that was in front of the Brawn Tube workshop yesterday. I guess it belongs to her. I wonder how much that set her back. I mean, it does look pretty expensive.
なかなかのテクだな。
自転車ってほんと楽しいよね。私、自転車乗るのってこの町に来てからが初めてでさ。
初めて？自転車に？
バイクはよく乗ってたんだけどね。
Jesus Christ, whoever her parents were, they clearly just tossed her into the proverbial deep end of the pool here. Rather than have her ride a tricycle or something, they just like, okay, kid, here, have this little sports bike. Go crazy. Isn't that backward? Weird girl. And what's with that flashy braking back there? I think it'd be pretty dangerous if she did that all through the town. Beginners get cocky and get into accidents. You see that pattern all the time. If you're going to go full speed, at least wear a helmet.
今からバイトか。
さあ。
The Braun Tube's workshop shutters are open, but the shop itself never opens until around 11 or 12. I don't know exactly when. It seems to change with Mr. Braun's mood. Interesting.
お前に話がある。
Not good for business, though.
これから開店準備しなきゃいけないんだよね。
このオンボロブラウン管屋に何を準備することがある？
ないね、全く。店の前をチョロチョロっと掃き掃除するぐらい。中は掃除しようとすると店長が怒るし、これが完璧な配置なんだよって。
So he's paying her to not clean? We have a term for that. It's called organized chaos. Some of us obsessive compulsive types, we have our own unique way of organizing our stuff in every little nook and cranny that is within our space, so to speak. Even if it may look like an ungodly, horrific mess to the average person. Something's wrong with that guy.
ならば話をさせてもらおう。
でもな、眠いしな。
In other words, she doesn't feel like talking. I glare at her.
あまり俺を怒らせない方がいい。
今すぐじゃないとダメな感じ？
My glare is not very effective. She doesn't falter at all. Maybe you should try body slam instead. But I still maintain my stern expression and nod.
じゃあどうぞ。
Suzuha shrugs her shoulders as she locks her bicycle. Then she returns to me.
ただし、手短に頼むよ。
You mean short like you?
5100はどこにある？
不明。
不明？何？
不明。
Oh.
昨日のお前の口ぶりは知っているように見えた。
知ってるのは私の知り合いだってば。
So, who is this person who knows then?
ならばその知り合いのところへ案内してもらおう。嫌だとは言わせん。拒否すればお前はこの世の地獄を見ることになる。
無理。
Come on! I even said I'd show you a living hell!
会いたくても会えないからさ。
Why is that? Is this person, you know, missing or something? Do they live in a freaking fort surrounded by a moat of alligators?
どういう意味だ？まさか想像上の存在か？
死んだから。何年も前に。
Oh. Yeah, that would kind of make getting in touch with them impossible now, wouldn't it?
すまなかった。
Unless maybe we time travel first?
いいのいいの。まあそんなわけで私の持ってる情報そんなに大したことないわけ。むしろ私の方が教えてもらいたいぐらいだよ。
Susaha pats me on the shoulders. Funny, you think I'm the one who's supposed to cheer her up. Just then, Mr. Braun opens the door and makes his appearance.
おいバイト
Muscles!
ダメなのに遅刻してんじゃね
How you doing, big boy? Still lifting the weights okay?
ああ、店長。ごめん。ちょっと朝から立て込んでてさ。
え真面目にやらねえならいつでもクビにするからな
That's fine. You and I could work together. I want to do shoulder presses with you with dumbbells.
岡部もうちのバイトに手つけようとしてんじゃねえぞ
浴場しているのはあなたではないのかミスター・ブラウン。
おめえもしナイがいる前でそういうこと言ってみろマジで殺すからな父親としての沽券に関わる
You know, I think he probably would do it, and honestly, I think he would have the strength to be able to do it very easily with just brute force alone. Anger him at your own peril, boy.
そもそもそんなしょんべんくせえガキに浴場なんかするかよ
Sure you can! Just use her for shoulder presses instead of dumbbells. You can get a quick workout in that way, can't you? I'd say going by the look of her, she'd probably weigh about, let's see, maybe 70 pounds on both arms if you're shoulder pressing the two 70-pound dumbbells. Lord knows your shoulders look like you could probably easily push that. Anyway, I got mail, so pardon me a second, Mr. Muscle. Ferris! Song of Prophecy. Oh wait, yeah, that's right, I remember a little message I sent you last time. But the fallen angel, Fess, hey! Fess! Prophesied his resurrection, her song, the necklace of Vajrayana. Nyan. The song is the cat's meow. I found a copy of the album she put out back in her indie days. Had to pay through the whiskers for it. And faithfully decoded each song of prophecy regarding Judgment Day. Yeah. Well, how about... Oh, we got an attachment. Hey, I recognize this track. So is this like a ringtone I can get? Let me see something. Ringtone. The necklace of... Hey! Oh, hell yeah! I'm changing my ringtone to this. Nice! Now, if memory serves, one of you guys in the chat from last time actually told me to select a specific response for Ferris in order to get this specific reply, right? Can't remember if it was Liz25 that's told me that or if it was someone else, but whoever it was, thank you very much for telling me to go with this option, because I definitely appreciate the new ringtone. That's why I told you to choose that answer. Okay, so it was you. Okay, I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, thanks for telling me to get that one. I definitely, again, I appreciate the ringtone. I miss Fess and her fantasy tangents. Me too. She may have been a complete and total crazy lady. Said a bunch of really out there stuff, but you know what? At least she had a good vibe about her. She was pretty chill, all things considered.
Nani wo? Tenchou, ima no tori keshite.
Susaha is actually mad now.
なんだよ怒ったのか
私はガキじゃない。一人前の戦士だよ。
A warrior, you say?
お前何言ってんだ？
Suzuha's burning passion has the manager shocked. I, on the other hand, am impressed. On impulse, I take Suzuha's hand and grasp it firmly.
いい目をしているな、バイト戦士。現代人にはない野獣さながらのギラギラした輝きがある。
Help! Police! This man is flirting with me!
その目を忘れるな。そうすればお前は必ずやバイト戦士から真の戦士へとクラスチェンジできるだろう。
But yeah, I basically use it for a ringtone since it's the full song instead of 20 seconds loop. Oh, wow. That's neat. So it's nice to listen to when you think about something. I'll tell you one thing, hard rock definitely does make for some good pondering music. We are all warriors. We fight against taxes and data collectors. Amen to that. A freaking men to that.
っていうか私はもう戦士なんだってば。
セルン殿、ラグナロックの暁には共に戦おうではないか。それまで精進するがいい。
Ragnarok. We talking about Beowulf now? Shinobu. In Norse mythology, the final war of the gods, also known as the Twilight of the Gods. Actually, wait, I don't think Ragnarok is exclusive to the story of Beowulf. Never mind.
ラグナロック？
Yeah, you probably didn't notice because the song takes like 20 seconds to get started. Does? I can't pull it up right now. Give me a minute. Suzuha looks confused.
何それ？
セルン殿、最終決戦だ。
そんなの起きる予定があんの？あるならぜひ参加するけど聞いたことないな。
当たり前だ。今初めて明かしたのだからな。ラグナロックは俺が起こす。世界を作り変えるためにだ。
おー、岡部倫太郎ってば勇ましいじゃん。どうせ失敗するだろうけどその心意気は好きだよ。
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
私の仲間も君ぐらい気概があればよかったんだけどな。
Who are your comrades? Apparently, Suzuha has comrades. I'd like her to introduce me. That way I can form my personal army, the Phoenix Crusaders. Wait a sec. Why does she assume I'll fail at Ragnarok? Looks like I need to instill the fear of Hoing Kyuma into this girl.
なんでうちの店の周りには変なやつばっか集まってくんだよ、ったく。
I feel your pain, man. I really do. But then again, I'm a weirdo myself, so who am I to talk?
バイト、いいからさっさと店に入れ。
Although I suppose in my case, it isn't more of an instance of birds of a feather flocking together.
じゃあね、岡部倫太郎。
Suzuha waves and winks at me as she heads inside the store. I almost read that as kinks.
おかり待って待って。
Then Mayuri comes down the stairs, passing Suzuha. Finally, I can pull this up. Okay. Oop. Ringtone. Let me preview it real quick. So the full song, huh? I'm not gonna actually sit here and listen to the whole thing. I just want to see what changes after the 20-second mark. Ah. Oh my god, this line gave me flashbacks to me playing with cosplay mod. Wait, I will link it because it's the most funny thing there is. Will you actually be able to send a link through the chat? Because I know YouTube has a weird little filter in place for that kind of thing where it doesn't like it if you send the wrong link through chats and stuff like that. Unless you're going to link it to me on Discord or something. Oh, on Discord. Well, I'll check it in just a second.
やはり一緒に探す気になったか？いいラボメン精神だ。
違うよ。お昼ご飯を買ってこようかと思って。
She really is a glutton. It's not even lunchtime yet.
で、どこで買うつもりだ？
I suppose this would make for a decent enough thumbnail if I don't get a proper CG image anytime soon. Definitely look better than looking at a server terminal. Why don't I just go ahead and pull my thing up, and then while I'm doing, and then after I do that, I'll take a look at whatever you linked me to, Liz25. Give me just a minute. Here we are. Put that there. There, definitely a lot more eye-catching if I do say so myself. Okay, I'm in the work in progress thing. Good. Okay, get back in there. Sorry about that. Technology's being stupid with me right now. Alright, now let's get the proper thumbnail saved up. If I can just find the proper folder. There we go. There we go. And let's go to Studio. Should have had this open before I started. Okay. Much better. Alright, so let's see what you got for me on Discord, Liz. Close in on the image when you do. Okay. Oh my fucking god! Oh my... What did they do to him? I thought I was looking at and wearing a Grinch cosplay or something for a second, but like, oh my god, no, it's a cat. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I definitely need to check out the cosplay thing after I get through this game for sure. Oh man, you poor guy. Look at what they did to you. They massacred him. They massacred my boy. They turned him into a harmless little kitty cat. You know, I'm starting to notice a theme here with this episode relating to cats. First, there is the 27-kilometer one that CERN is working on, and then there is now also all the cat talk from... Why am I forgetting your name? Hold on a second. From Ferris. And then, you know, there's everything relating to Ferris herself and her shop and everything. And now this. I don't know. Synchronicity seems like too perfect of an explanation for what's going on here. I feel like there's something else at play. A greater will, as it were. Very suspicious. But yeah. Thanks for sharing that image with me, Liz25. That was a very nice little preview of what I think to expect for the cosplay thing, which I very much am now really looking forward to. Oh boy. Now I can't help but wonder what everyone else is gonna possibly look like with the cosplay mod on. Yeah, so that line, why is that my Star Trek nothing but weirdos, made me laugh back when I played. That's what the text should have freaking... Wait, did the text say that? I didn't actually read the text of what was in the text dialogue thing because I was too busy. Oh my god, it does say it! Yeah, I wonder, why does your store attract weirdos all the time, Sir Tenuji? Real big Scooby-Doo mystery right there, if I do say so myself. Oh God. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm really gonna look forward to the cosplay stuff when I beat this game for the first time. I got flashbacks to it now because I thought it says the biggest weirdo of them all flashback. I know it adds a layer of irony to the whole scene when you've got that enabled. It's not my favorite kind of humor, honestly. Ironic humor. Or it's Nozomi Group gaslighting Rintaro. But hey, I thought we already took care of Nozomi Group back in Chaos Head. Unless they got remnants still operating. What to eat? Mayuri places her finger on her bottom lip in thought as she walks. You really love beef, don't you? Not that I'm judging, by the way. I definitely love beef myself. This tiny high school girl truly has guts to enter Sanbo alone. That place isn't like the chain restaurants with their colorful menus and brightly lit interiors. First-timers are often cowed by the old-school atmosphere. Plus, the clientele is almost exclusively male. But Mayuri doesn't care. She just sits there, shoulder to shoulder with students and businessmen, smiling as she eats her beef bowl. Meanwhile, the Sanbists, regular Sanbo customers, are posting comments online like, "The goddess has arrived!" or "The goddess for the win!" To be fair, she is cute. I tried to warn her, but Mayuri is no longer there. She's gone. Mayuri disappears like this every so often. And each time she does, I wonder for one terrible second if she really has vanished from the world. Don't do this to me. Don't try to give me foreshadowing to her disappearing for real later in the game. Because if you do that, and if we lose her, I'm gonna be very cross and then very sad. Life wouldn't be worth living if we didn't have Mayuri. I look around and see Mayuri standing at a distance. She's gazing up at the sky through the buildings. What, is there another satellite coming down or something? Here we go again. She stopped in the middle of the street, so other pedestrians look at her, wondering what she's doing. But she doesn't notice their stares. She slowly reaches out to the sky, as if entranced. And then she freezes in that position. This is one of Mayuri's habits. I call it Stardust Handshake. Another JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference. Mayuri says that she's liked looking at the night sky ever since she was little. Her reason is romantic, or perhaps childish.
星に届かないかなって思って。
When I asked her about it one day, she just smiled and gave that answer. At first, she only reached out to the night sky, but lately, she's been doing it without regard to the time of day. Like now, even when she's walking and talking to someone, something inside her just seems to switch on. Honestly, it's a little crazy.
星なんて見えないだろう。
Man, don't you love how flashbacks trigger sometimes to the most stupid stuff? Yeah, I do. Like I said, Screenshot was literally untouched for 2.5 years. But yeah, to me that's just something. To me it's just nothing but good old pure, unadulterated, unfiltered dopamine. Whenever something just triggers fun little memories like that, and then it just all comes rushing back to you, and and whatever you were probably feeling back then just also comes back, and it just makes you laugh, or it makes you cringe, depending on the memory in question, and then laugh because of how cringe it was in retrospect. But usually it results in laughter, and well, Lord knows I definitely could use all the excuses in the world to get some good, genuine laughter out of me. Alright, speaking of cosplay, Patch, Daru is literally JoJo character and has letters behind him in the sprites. No, come on, man. Now you're making me real curious. I walk up to Mayuri and call out to her. She slowly lowers her hand with a blank smile on her face.
あのね、お昼でもお星様はそこにあるんだよ。
哲学的なことを言うのは結構だが、道のど真ん中で立ち止まるのは危ないだろうが。
Philosophy's got nothing to do with it. We're talking plain physics. Just because the light from the sun is obscuring the starlight and everything right now doesn't mean they're not there.
そうだね。そうそう。今空を見てて思ったんだけどね。マユシーは今日のお昼はラーメンにします。
How are ramen and stars even related? Mayuri's mind works in mysterious ways. She's a mysterious waif, as they like to refer to her character archetype. I know I said I'd search for the IBN 5100, but I have no idea where to start. I spent about an hour in an internet cafe searching for information, but turned up nothing. Maybe that's what I should rename this stream. I should name it Me searching for the IBN 5100. So why don't I just change that? Searching for the IBN 5100. There we go. And I probably wouldn't remember it if I didn't make says the biggest weirdo of them all joke to myself. Or at least I would remember it after the stream. Yeah, again, memories are kind of funny like that sometimes. I spent about an hour in an internet cafe searching for information, but turned up nothing. I buy some mango juice with tapioca from a juice stand inside Yodobashi. I lose myself in thought as I drink it. It's Saturday, so it's starting to get crowded in front of the station. Some maids are distributing leaflets to the people coming out. I know Dara's well acquainted with retro PCs, but is there anyone else? Oh yeah, Shining Finger was obsessed with the IBN 5100, wasn't she? I'm really reluctant to contact that mail demon, though. Well, why don't I do it for you? If I... At least I would if it would let me. But ultimately, my feelings are trivial. Ragnarok hangs in the balance. But I decide not to bother. I finish my drink and wander towards Chuodori. For a split second, this girl right here on this poster, I thought I was looking at the female lead for Taradara. Kind of looks similar to her. Anyway, I got mail. Hey! Another example of synchronicity! Look who's came to finger me with her shiny digit! Will you get back to me already? It's like she can read my mind. You probably could write to her, but you would need to open contacts window. Contacts window. I instinctively scanned the area, searching for that gloomy woman in the crowd. No sign of her tailing me. Oh well, guess I'll send her a reply. I don't know Shining Finger's phone number, so I'll just send her an email for the time being. In the email I ask her to call, include my phone number. Now I just have to wait for her response. Okay, contact. Open address book. It's not letting me do anything. And there it is. You finally contacted me. I don't like talking on the phone, so let's exchange emails instead. Please? Wait, she wants it by email? There's a lot to cover. I'd rather not have to type it all out. I need to find out her phone number. Give me your phone number, along with any information you have on the IBN 5100. And send. I look up after finishing my email and see a huge crowd of people in front of Radicon. Honestly, I wonder what would change if you wrote to her first. Well, I mean... yeah, still not letting me do anything, so I guess I might have missed a prompt. I guess the satellite is still a big deal. The media presence hasn't died down since the day of the crash either. Wait, how far back is my last save? Let me check something. Pretty far. Radicon is still closed. And of course, his satellite is still there. Now 30 seconds pass before I get a reply. Hey! Fancy running into you here, Kurisu. Nice weather, is it not? Right as I'm about to look down and read the email, I catch sight of a familiar face in the crowd.
Oh.
As long as you don't channel Ayumi Sonozaki through yourself, I won't try to murder you, or run, or scream to the heavens for any kind of euthanasia to get me away from you.
助手か。ここで何をしている？
By the way, I would make a save here. Okay. Then a save I shall make. I still wish I had not. I still wish I had not. I still wish that I did not learn that she and Ayumi Sonozaki from Corpse Party share the same voice actor, because now I cannot unhear Ayumi's voice every time she talks. And then all the memories from all the Corpse Party games, and especially the last two, come flooding back to me, and I won't get into it here, but let's just say that my relationship with that specific character from the Corpse Party series is a very hot one, to put it lightly.
あのな、私がいつ助手になった？
She looks like she'll snap at me, so to dampen her spirit, I go back to checking my email. Case in point, as soon as she said that to me, I wanted to snap back as I'm now thinking of Ayumi, and, well, you know, I can't tolerate her shit. What is wrong with this woman? I don't have anything. How about you? I told her to tell me her phone number. She just ignored me. Oh, story logged. Yeah, the email? Yeah, it was. And she doesn't even have any information. How useless can you be?
なんで私、あんたに睨まれてるわけ？
Do you not see the phone I have hovering around my face?
気にするな。イライラしているのはお前が原因ではない。
Unless my phone has somehow become an extension of your own face, in which case, news to me.
八つ当たりか。睨まないでよ。
お前だって以前、俺のことを何度も睨んだだろう。
それはあんたが変態行為を。うん、いや、何も言うまい。
Another one? Tell me the super hacker's address. Mocha. I wanted to snap my phone in half and throw it on the ground. What do you mean, tell me the super hacker's address? You making fun of me with that musical note? You're not getting anything from me. Anyway, why does she need to send me 2 short consecutive emails? I mean, she might as well just combine them into one.
そんなに嫌なメールが来たの？
嫌というより常識外れなのだ。
I can't quite describe it in one word. Stop sending me all these short emails. I'm begging you, just gather your thoughts and send everything together. Oh my god. Speaking of other things that trigger stupid memories. Him complaining to Mocha to stop sending him emails is reminding me of a very, very, very hilarious little old drama featuring a very specific, infamous indie game developer and a little email problem that he liked to complain about. I'll give you a hint. The game he was I don't know if he still is or not, but was making was a simulation game. Whoever manages to guess which game I'm referring to, along with said developer, gets a cookie. I feel a little satisfied after sending that email. Honestly, she's me. Who, Kurisu? I turn to Kurisu again.
それでクリスティーナここで何をしている
Kurisu, not Christina.
せめて呼び名ぐらい統一してほしいわけだが、私が何してたって別にいいでしょ。
なんだ何を拗ねている
拗ねてない。ただできればあんたとはもう関わり合いになりたくなかっただけ。
何をバカな。お前はすでにラボメンなのだぞ。ラブの利益のために働いてもらわないと困る。
Well, she is only a temporary member. No, Mocha with her sending short messages sometimes instead of long one. Well, I feel like there's a lot of people these days, is it not? So, God forbid Rintaro should live to the current day and seeing how most people communicate these days with text messages. I mean, yeah, I know I'm a pretty notable exception for a lot of people, I'm sure, but still. No, it's because she's a temporary member that we need to get as much out of her as we can.
好奇心に負けたあの時の自分を恨むわ。
Kurisu sighs and looks up at the satellite. We're not alone. Several other people are standing here and looking up. It's Akiba's latest tourist attraction.
人工衛星を見に来たのか
Oops.
まあね。信じられないと思わない？人工衛星って普通大気圏で燃え尽きるように軌道を計算して落とされるのに、あそこまで完全な形で残ってるなんて。
If I had to guess, maybe a wormhole was involved or something? And that's to say nothing about the huge hole it punched in the building. Are satellites that durable?
そもそもあれはどこの人工衛星だったのだ
まだ分かってないって。旧ソ連のものかもって噂だけど、ロシアは否定してる。おかげで撤去しようにもできないらしい。
3 days have passed and it's still unknown. How interesting. I'm more impressed at the fact here that they're still letting that thing sit in the building rather than trying to remove it. I smell a conspiracy.
そうかあれも機関の差し金だったのだあの時ラジカンにいたこの俺を抹殺するためのな
機関？何それ？
機関は機関だ正式名称は別にあるがその存在を知る者は全員イフの感情を込めて機関とだけ呼ぶ世界を影から操る国家を超越した秘密機関であり政治、経済、宗教全てを掌握しているのだ
どう見ても陰謀論です。本当にあり
Thank you very much. Honto ni arigato gojimasta. I love how I actually know most of that sentence right there through karate. This phrase is commonly used on the internet as a way of punctuating a statement. It originates from a story posted on an @channel in which a man tries to pass his bodily fluids off as a popular soft drink. What the fuck? Is this real? This story? I mean, I can't believe something like that actually happened, but still. Kurisu hangs her head and blushes for some reason. Chat, she's going soon on me.
どうかしたか？
どうもしてない。ほんとなんでもないから、それ以上追求したら叩くわよ。
Don't threaten me for good time now, crazy girl.
それより例の電話レンジはどうなった？
何をそんなに興奮しているのだ？ちなみに電話レンジではなく電話レンジカッコ仮であって。
いいから答えなさい。どうなったの？
進展はない。実験を繰り返してみたが、今のところあの放電現象および過去へ遡るメールは一度も再現できていない。
そう。
Speaking of males, we're getting all kinds of synchronistic events right now. Was I being annoying? I'm sorry, but I really need information on the IBN 5100, and you're the only lead I have right now. I'm relying on you, Okabe-kun. I swear I won't send any more short mails, so please don't abandon me. I need you to help me look for an IBN 5100. I promise to let you know as soon as I learn anything, so let's work together, okay? I think we might have genuinely upset her. Looks like she's rethinking things. Hopefully I don't have to worry about any more email assaults. Creators of science adventure are basically... They say reality is stranger than fiction. Let's put that shit in then. Well, they're not wrong to think that, clearly.
ハロー。人と話してるときにメールしないでくれる？
そう言うな。メールマが改心したのだから、それについてきちんと評価してやらねばならない。
なんでそんなに偉そうなんだ。
そのこと
He was born
は
that
そっく
way.
りそのまま返してやるぞ、クリスティーナ。
Hey, you asked him to at least be consistent with the name calling, and he's obliging, so... Can't be too upset with him now, can you? Okay, let's send a reply. Apology accepted. I'm looking for an IBN 5100 too. I agree that we should exchange information. I'll let you know when I have something. You don't need to reply to this email. He's using an old flip phone to text, so I can just only imagine how much time this might be possibly taking for him to write all this out. Poor Kurisu. I type that out and send it.
メール交換は済んだ？法王院さん。
ほう、俺のマナーを覚えていたか。いかにも。我が名は法王院京馬だ。
皮肉で言ったのよ。
どこが皮肉なのだ？お前は俺の正しい名を呼んだ。何も間違いはない。助手としていい心がけだ。
岡部さんって頭おかしいでしょ。
俺は岡部ではない。
あんたと話すのって疲れる。
それで
And yet you keep engaging with it. So clearly you like being exhausted.
お前はあの実験の後、タイムマシンなど嘘だなどと悲痛な叫びを上げていた。過去のトラウマでも思い出したか？
おいこら、勝手に私にトラウマ設定をつけるな。
そう。あれはまだ5歳の頃。クリスティーナはアーカンソー州の草原で雷に
撃たれとらんわ。5歳の頃はまだバリバリ日本在住よ。っていうかなんでアーカンソーなのよ。
Wait, hit by lightning. Are you referring to Thomas Edison right now or something? Because wasn't he the one that was struck by lightning?
のどかな風景を思い浮かべたとき、最初に浮かんだ州の名はアー
Because I
カン
don't
ソ
think it
ー。
was Nikola
次に浮
Tesla.
かんだのがオレゴンだった。
こはユタじゃない？相対的に見てユタの方がぽくない？
Never validate Okabe's fantasies or you'll get a 40% debuff to plot progression speed. Well, you're not wrong about that, clearly.
では答えよクリスティーナ。なぜあの時嘘だと言った？
別に確信があって言ったわけじゃない。単に信じたくなかっただけってロジックよ。とんでも科学は小説や映画の中だけで十分だわ。
No, there's more to it than that.
とんでも科学だと？何をバカな。お前もはっきり見たはずだ。メールが過去へと飛んだあの現象を、バナナが瞬間移動したその瞬間を。
見たけど何かの間違いのはず。あるいは私たちが都合のいい解釈をしてるだけ。 ATF で言わなかった？タイムマシンは今の技術では夢物語よ。
So if that's the case, then clearly you want to see time travel, even before. Well, yeah, but okay, let me make sure I don't trip on my words here. So, you claim that we saw what we only wanted to saw, but that's the thing. Time travel, we didn't really think. You clearly didn't think time travel until after I met. Yeah, actually, on second thought, I thought I had something, but I guess not. Never mind, ignore me. I don't know where I was going with that.
ましてや、あんたたちみたいなお遊びサークルが電話と電子レンジをくっつけただけのガラクタでタイムトラベルを起こせるわけがない。
Well, that's pretty much what happened, though. So I mean, you gotta take what you can get, no matter how stupid it may be.
だが実際に起きた。
That's life for you.
お前は自分自身の目で見たことを否定するのか？現実よりも理論こそが正しいというのか？ならば一生詭弁を弄して言葉遊びをしているがいい。
言葉遊びってどういうこと？
量子論など俺からしてみれば言葉遊びにしか見えないということだ。
ちょっとあんたね、現代物理学を否定する気？何様？
Who do you think you are to reject the science?
現象に対して素直になれ。起きたことが全てであり、起きていないこと、観測できていないことは全て仮説でしかない。
仮説を積み上げて理論が証明されたとき、それは本物になる。そうやって現代物理学は宇宙すべての真実を理解するの。
だが仮説が間違っている場合もある。かのアインシュタインでさえ間違えたことがあるのだ。
間違いかもしれないからやらないの？だったらあんたは一生あの小汚いビルに引きこもって王様を気取っていなさい。そんなことじゃ真実には絶対たどり着けない。失敗は成功のもとよ。
なるほど、いい反論だな。
あくまで上から目線なのな。
ところでクリスティーナよ、俺は常々感じていた。物理学者には矛盾がある。
Kurisu isn't being very scientific here. No, if anything, she's being very philosophical. But then again, so are we.
矛盾？
現実に起きていて誰もが知っているが未だ解明されておらず、物理学者も手をつけようとしない現象というものは確かに存在する。それについてはどう思う？
Yeah, that is an actual real issue with a lot of scientific institutions and research institutes and things of that nature, is that a lot of them like to play politics even with research subject matter and will actively either avoid performing certain types of research altogether, because, again, they're playing politics and they're trying to push forward a very specific kind of narrative for one reason or another, or, well, yeah, or they have an idea of how the world works and they don't want to have their own credibility or theories or what have you proven wrong retroactively by conducting certain types of research or experiments that could prove previously proposed hypotheses to be untrue or only just touching the scope of something. You gotta remember that the field of science is run by humans, and humans have these things called egos, and well, people like to attach their egos to all manner of things, science included. So ultimately what I'm trying to say here is that I feel like Rintaro is actually making a factual statement here, that there are phenomena, that there is actual phenomena in the world that does occur, but which physicists or even researchers from other fields of science actively refuse to research.
例を挙げてもらわないとわからない。
例えば幽霊。
Ghosts?
オカルトかよ。
オカルトだからといって思考停止か？それはお前がたった今言ったことと矛盾するぞ。そんなことじゃ真実には絶対たどり着けない。
Okay, now you're just echoing her words back at her.
幽霊を見る人間は確かに存在する。映像としても証拠が存在している。にもかかわらず、なぜ他の仮説をこねくり回し続けていられるのだ？
Well, those could just be hallucinations, for all you know, or a trick of the light. It depends.
先行が違うわ。
解明されていない現象に先行もクソもあるまい。
そうだけど。
というわけで、過去へメールを送る現象もきちんと検証すべきだ。助手も力を貸すがいい。
嫌よ。
Kurisu gives me a clear-cut answer. And along for a usual glare. So the genius girl really does hate me.
私はとんでも科学には手は出さない。父と同じ失敗は犯さない。
Say what?
父？
あんたの考えは口だけは立派だけど、学会じゃ通用しない。タイムトラベル理論を研究してるなんて言った日には干されるのがオチよ。
Your father tried researching time travel and it made him a laughingstock in the scientific community? Is that what you're saying? To be fair to Okabe, ghosts could be real for all we know in his universe. Well, I mean, we already established through Chaos Head that the Dirac Sea is indeed an actual thing that exists, so yeah. So it really would be scientists only ignoring the topic because it sounds stupid. Pretty much.
なぜそう言い切れる？
私の父がそうだった。
Kurisu grimaces.
物理学者の父はタイムマシンが大好きだった。ウェールズのタイムマシンに魅了されて本気で研究していたわ。
H.G. Wells, hey?
でもそれにこだわりすぎたせいで学会からは追放に近い扱いを受けた。
So your father, what's his name? Are they somebody we know?
そんな父を見てきたから私はタイムトラベル研究には関わりたくないの。
This time, her sheer force of will gives me pause. I think she's really pissed. Yeah, no shit. I may have stepped on a landmine here. What do I do? If I get her any angrier, she might seriously hit me. Let's calm her down a little. Yeah, let's do that. But what should I say?
ごめん。感情的になって。
She apologizes first. Christina's calm character saves me.
気にすることはない。今のはお前の資質を試すためあえて怒らせたのだからな。
とにかく電話レンジはタイムマシンなんかじゃない。メールの送受信は人の手で作られたシステムなんだから、そのシステムの範囲内で現象を説明できるはず。
Okay, so what's your hypothesis?
助手の考えは分かった。そこまでタイムマシンを嫌っているとはな。お前の反応はアレルギーに近い。
Remember, many modern materials for electronics are based on inventions by someone's compulsion who never got sponsored until after they'd proven their method by their own. Yeah, exactly. Scientific advancements are, in many ways, the work of pioneers. Driven by the people who basically took the mindset if there's a will and if there's a will, there's a way to its logical conclusions.
無理にラボ面に誘って迷惑をかけたな。もう二度と来なくていい。
言われなくても来ない。
だがこれだけは伝えておく。クリスティーナよ。
クリスティーナって言うな。
ラボ面ナンバー004は永久欠番としておく。この番号はずっとお前のものだ。
You trying to emotionally manipulate her now, man. I finished my speech and turned my back on Kurisu. I won't look back. I walk away slowly, my eyes closed. Freaking drama queen. Kurisu makes a good point. Why emails cause a trigger mechanically. May want to think about it. You mean in relation to that time shift back when we first tried to send Daru a text message after her initial murder? Is that what you're referring to? The mechanics? Wait a minute. The phone wave operated because of an electronic signal, right? A signal was sent to the machine after we inputted the minus command via text message, and that electrical signal. Yeah, it went crazy at that one point here because of something that happened within the machine itself after we put in that command. I'm not sure I can properly explain what I'm thinking here, but I'm going to basically say that the shortest way I can describe where my train of thought is right now is I'm running with the assumption that an electrical signal from my phone may have been intercepted by the phone wave somehow, and that might have been the trigger that caused the time shift to occur. Possibly. But that begs the question as to how enough electricity could have been generated then to have caused an effect of that scale. Let alone if there was enough materials within the phone wave by itself to actually generate that response. Because I remember that little video that played when the time shift occurred. That there were more of those lights that we saw during that brief little scene than what's actually physically present on the phone wave right now. So if that means something, then I'm not really sure how the phone wave that we have now intercepting any electrical signals or what have you from my phone could have caused something like that to happen if there's something missing from the phone wave that's necessary to actually generate and create a time shift, if that makes any sense. She said phone wave doesn't make sense because it relies on mail delivery system, which on itself has nothing to do with quantum physics. So there could be something else Okabe doesn't know yet. Okay, but text messaging and emails and other similar electronic communications are, as the name implies, require the use of electricity in order to send those messages across airwaves, right? So, by its very nature, then clearly some kind of electrical signal must be involved. That must have probably caused the trigger somehow, right? Like what I was just thinking about, basically. Again, I feel like I'm onto something here, but I'm not fully grasping what it is. Anyway, I need to take a quick bathroom break, so I will be right back in just a little bit. Alright, I'm back. And clearly I wasn't the only one who needed a bathroom break. Hope you feel better now yourself, Liz25. It's kind of hard to walk like this. Hope I don't bump into anyone. Wait, am I even walking straight? No, you're walking sideways.
何かっこつけてんのよ。
My shoulder is suddenly pulled from behind. I brace myself so I don't fall backward.
何をする俺によるささやかな演出後腐れのない別れのシーンを台無しにするとは貴様それでも俺の助手か
You just fired her, buddy. What are you talking about? Her being your assistant?
だから助手じゃないと言ったろうが。それにこっちにはまだ話があんのよ。
Don't worry, it's all going to be explained, but it's only a proper mystery when the reader engages with it. And hey, believe me, I am engaging with it. I am thinking really hard about everything that's being shown and explained to me. Trying to figure out where the story's going with X, Y, or Z. I am hooked, believe me. But if it's not electrical signals, I do wonder, though, what exactly it could be then. Damn it, her stubbornness has already returned!
この前は聞けなかったけど、私が刺されたってあんた言ってたわよね。それについての説明を要請する。
Ah, yes, the other real-life phenomenon has yet to be explained.
あれは俺が見た幻だ
Let's just leave it at that for now.
なんであんたの夢に私が出てくるの？
Well, you do have some dreamlike qualities about you, to be fair.
そんなことは知らんそれと夢ではなく幻だ
ドクター中鉢がどうとか言ってたけど、それは？
あの日ラジカンでドクター中鉢がタイムマシンの発表会をしていた
発表会は中止になった。人工衛星が落ちたから。
そういうことになっているようだなだが俺が見た幻では無事開催された俺はそれをマユリと一緒に見に行ってお前に声をかけられたのだ
私はナンパなんてしない。ましてやあんたみたいなバカに声はかけない。
Burn!
だから幻だったと言っているだろういやあるいは幻なのはこちらの世界なのかもな
Honestly, not everything gets answered unless you have a board from that crazy theorist's meme with those red lines and all. Honestly, given how complex this whole thing is proving to be so far, I might actually need one of those at some point. I have a feeling that having a Word document or two is not really gonna cut it for me if this goes on long enough. Now who's denying what they've observed? I know. Firebird here is such a hypocrite. No wonder he constantly burns himself to ashes all the time.
だとしたら電話レンジカッコ仮の謎も解決だ幻ならば物理法則を無視したことも起こりうる
現実逃避？意外とチキンね。
Who you calling chicken?
仮説を提示したのだよ物理学者お得意のな
If anything, I'm the rooster in this hen house.
それで私は誰に刺されたの？もしかしてあんた？
I recall the sight of Kurisu collapse in a puddle of blood. It sends shivers down my spine. Was that really just a hallucination? It was too real. I can clearly remember the smell of blood.
俺が駆けつけた時にはすでにお前は血まみれで倒れていた犯人は見なかった
わからないな。なんで私が幻でとはいえ殺されなくちゃいけないのよ。恨みでもあるの？
全くない。その時点では俺とお前は一度だけ話したことがある程度のただの通りすがりの他人だった。
Well, that one time we talked was during the events I imagined. So strictly speaking, at that point in time, all I knew about her was what I'd read in the magazine.
とにかく接点などほとんどなかった。故に俺はお前の死体を見た後、119番に通報することなくその場を後にしたのだ。
白状者。
何を望んでいる？過去に戻ってお前の死体を丁重に扱えと？そのためには電話レンジカッコ仮を使えるようにしなければな。
もういいわ。今後そんな幻見ないで。他人の夢の中とはいえ、自分が殺されてると思ったらいい気分はしない。
保証はできないな。それを実行するためには24時間完璧に俺の脳内を監視しなければなるまい。
Now there's a scary thought.
本当にあんたって、ああ言えばこう言うわね。
Kurisu shakes her head in exasperation, then turns and walks off toward the station. Looks like she wants to end the conversation. In her adventure last time, I grabbed Kurisu's slender shoulder from behind.
何よ。
俺の話は終わっていない。
喧嘩売ってるだろ。
Yes.
別れのシーンを台無しにしたお返しだクリスティーナ。己の軽率な行動を恨むのだな。
はいはい、わかりました。で、何よ。
IBN5100 の件だ。
剣だとか言われても知らないわよ。何なの？
Call it a hunch, but I believe her. Couldn't tell you why, though.
いや、知らないのならばいい。さらばだ。もう二度と会うこともないだろう。
I turned my back to Kurisu. This time I'll make a perfect...
言いかけたままやめないで。気持ち悪いでしょ。
She grabs my arm. Are we just gonna keep doing this? Try to walk off from each other only to grab each other's arms or shoulders or whatever and keep the conversation going? Damn it. This is the second time. Internet died for 2 minutes. Well, shit. Looks to me like you're gonna have to go back in time in the stream and watch from 2 minutes behind. Chat! We have an actual time traveler in our midst!
何？
IBN5100 1975年発売のレトロ PC だ。今探している。
I got it. I know who John Titor is. It's actually Liz25!
何に使うつもり？
Looks like she's interested. She was the same way when she came to the lab. I guess this girl is just brimming with curiosity. I mean, she is a scientist. I think that kind of is an occupational requirement.
気になるか？
Kurisu quickly averts her eyes. But she doesn't let go of my arm.
気になるのだな。
少しだけよ。
ならば答えよう。IBN5100 はセルンの秘密につながっている。
セルンってあのセルン？
いかにも。
Is there any other Steins I
そし
should
て
know
我がラブが
about?
総力を挙げて調べたところによれば、セルンはタイムトラベルについて研究している痕跡がある。
Come, be astonished.
バカみたい。聞いて損した。
Kurisu gives me a cold glare, then lets go and starts walking away. This time she's gone for good. Damn you! Be impressed by me, damn it! Just you watch. I will expose certain secrets if it's the last thing I do! Hey! We're in the start of a new day now. We're now in August. The next day, I decided to hit Akiba's computer parts stores. I did as much as I could yesterday after partying with Kurisu, but no luck. Finding an IBN 5100 is obviously going to be a huge pain in the ass. I'm standing in a narrow tunnel that runs beside the Radicon building. Small shops selling everything from motherboards to resistors to vacuum tubes line both sides of the tunnel. Here lie the vestiges of the old electric town, Akiba's conscience, so to speak. Casual otaku usually avoid stores like these. It's like a holy land that only true fanatics can enter. Not that I'm an expert on computer parts. I'm probably more of an expert than you are. Furthermore, these shops only sell parts, so it's actually kind of silly to be searching for a whole PC here. Still, something about the sight of all these electronics gets my blood pumping. By the way, I would make a second save now that is separate from the last one just in case. It's because I don't remember how skip function records the dialogue that you've seen. Is that so? Alright. Let's put one for number 3 then. I have to hide my excitement to maintain my dignity. If a storekeeper yells, "Hey kid, you're 10 years too young for this stuff," then I'll have no choice but to run. Fortunately, no one has yelled at me yet. In fact, the storekeepers seem to be ignoring me. They must be more open-minded than I thought. Or maybe they just don't care. I vote the latter option. I search each store in turn, but turn up neither a hide nor hair of an IBN 5100. Hey, I got a call coming. Okay, so the reason I told you to make a previous save is because the scene is a little different if you don't use the phone. So I would check it while we're at it, and ignore the phone whenever possible. Because you will probably forget about differences hours later when you go back here. Okay, so ignore it for now then. Alright. I force a smile and rush outside. Identity of complete isolation. Phone trigger. Ignored the phone call. I don't know. I don't feel like that's something that you should be given an achievement for. Unless it's a scam caller. Because normally ignoring people's calls is pretty rude. Phew. That was close. Well, then again, at least I guess it depends on the reason. I probably shouldn't go back in there today. Take a deep breath to calm myself down. As when something strange catches my eye. There's a woman squatting on the ground nearby, her knees against her chest. In her hand is a gaudy purple phone. She's staring at the screen without moving a muscle. She's even more conspicuous since nobody else is around. And on further inspection, I realize it's someone I know. Is it, Shining Finger? Yep.
シャイニングフィンガー
Oh. No, I mean load the previous save. This is another thing? Oh, wait. The previous save? Well, a little too late for that now. Because I just, saved over to the old one. Whoops. I might ignore the phone when talking to Kurisu. Well, I mean, I was actually ignoring it. He just kept pulling the phone up on his own. I call out to her, but she gives me no reaction. Shinefinger is just a name I made up, so I guess it's only natural. Her name was Moiko? No.
Shiatsushi!
Finger! I stand in front of her and call her name. Well, the name I gave her. But she doesn't even look at me. Her fingers are typing rapidly on her phone, so she's definitely conscious. But she still looks dead. There's no life in her eyes. I'm actually worried. Despite the heat, she's not sweating at all.
聞こえていないのか?
Oh well. Oh well indeed.
誰?
ほーインキョーママッドサイエンティストだ
She glances at me for maybe half a second, and goes right back to staring at her phone.
誰だっけ?
貴様人の顔も覚えられないのか?
Of course, I'm the one who forgot her name. Yeah, I was about to say.
IBN 5100を探すという協力関係にあるにもかかわらず、このありさまとはな。
She twitches upon hearing the word IBN 5100. But she still doesn't look up.
岡部君。
俺はほーインだ。
Ignoring me, are you? Why won't you accept me as Hoin Kyoma? Why won't you accept me for who I am? Says the edgy teenager.
メール送った。
メール?
Well, I did just receive an email. I'm not doing it! I nearly flip out. What, like your phone? Get it? Flip out? He's got a flip phone? Haha, I'm funny. Is this really something you should say by email when the person is standing right in front of you? It would take 5 seconds to say it verbally. Hey, maybe she's got a communication disorder. You can do whatever during this scene. Okay, so... Actually, I'll wait a bit. She's friendly enough in her emails, but in person, she's a lump of unsociability. How could she write fancy meeting you here without smiling at all? Makes me think the mails are coming from a different person. Maybe she's autistic or something. People like that here tend to, and it's not always the case, to be fair, because, you know, spectrum and all that. But a lot of them have trouble physically emoting properly, depending on how severe the condition is. I mean, it's far from the only condition I'm aware of where a person can be generally physically unemotive, but, you know, still have no issues actually feeling emotions, but, you know. But that's typically the one I hear about the most when it comes to this kind of thing. So that's why it was pretty much the first thing that immediately came to mind for me.
まさに奇遇だな。お前もパーツショップを探して回っていたのか?
Alright, I'm gonna save here. And I want to load back up this little thing here and see what that phone conversation would have been about. All right.
もしもし、俺だ。
Hey, you're in uniform. You better be calling me on break here, not during work hours, because that'd be very poor work ethic.
てってるー、まゆしーです。
It's a totally different scene. Okay.
直通回線でかけるなと言ったはずだ。盗聴されている可能性があるのだぞ。
ほへ？
うかつな真似はするなと言っている。それでそちらの状況は？
オカリンオカリン、あのね、マユシーはオカリンが何言ってるか全くついていけないよ。
Considering that this is an old regular flip phone, I'm actually really impressed with the quality of the webcam footage it's receiving right now.
要するに何の用だと言っているのだ。
Like, I would stick to the mocha scene now. Alright, then fine, I'll go back, fine. Alright.
まさに奇遇だな。お前もパーツショップを探して回っていたのか？
Now, what was it that man that likes to run around in the cardboard box likes to say all the time? Oh yeah, kept you waiting, huh? I mean, like an hour long different scene. Holy shit! I wonder if this is like a story branch kind of thing or whatever, given how long it is. She doesn't even respond when I ask her a direct question. Another mail. I looked, but I couldn't find anything. Aww.
貴様は喋ることもできないのか？
めんどい。
メールを打つ方がよほど面倒だろうが。
Yeah, unless I get any information that proves otherwise beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm gonna write her off as an autist. My yelling does not have the desired effect. Instead of getting her act together, she buries her face into her knees. And why is she wearing such a short skirt? She sits with her knees up like this, I can see everything. Not that there's a problem with that. I sigh, then turn and walk away. I buy 2 Max coffees from a nearby vending machine. The mails keep coming. I'm sorry. I apologize, so please come back. Well, since you asked so nicely, I'm more tired than angry. Dude, seriously, what's your deal with her? She's really not that bad, all things considered. I don't know. Maybe I got a higher threshold for this kind of thing than normal people do. What do I know? Besides, my search has hit a dead end, so I need whatever information she has on the IBN 5100. I can't just go home. Come to think of it, her name was Mocha, right? I remembered when I saw her email. I returned to Mocha with the 2 Max coffees in hand.
Okabe-kun.
Here, caffeine! Drink up! Although, now that I think about it, doesn't caffeine have the opposite effect of perking somebody up if they have autism spectrum disorder? Because of how the brain is wired? Actually, wait, no, I think that's ADHD. She's finally on her feet. She glances at me, then breathes a sigh of relief.
飲むか?
She timidly accepts the Max coffee I hand to her. But she doesn't move to open it. I wait for the coffee to cool down, open the tab and take a sip. Sometimes this sweetness is just what I need.
なぜ喋らない？
メールの方が気楽だから。
Like hell it is. Maybe she's just afraid of people. No, some people do genuinely have an easier time communicating via electronic means, whether it be via phone, via keyboard, or what have you. When I finally consider that, I'm taken aback by my own thoughtlessness.
そうか。そういうことか。
Basically, she's afraid. Afraid of the insane mad scientist, Hoin Kyoma. No, I'm more inclined to think that she might have an actual communication issue. Well, I can hardly blame her. In fact, I sympathize. Few indeed can withstand my aura of supreme madness. If everybody could actually feel your aura of supreme madness, you'd be in an insane asylum.
私変よね。
Well, I'm weirder, so don't feel too bad. Anyway, I'm going to need your visage for a moment, my lady. Because I'm going to be updating the thumbnail. Again. Keep the canvas size once more. Yeah, I guess your face isn't... Actually, I'll wait for a slightly better one. Never mind. By the way, because of us going with Mocha, I would ignore phone calls until the end of this chapter. Then after chapter ends, possibly the next stream, load to save with Mayuri's call. Alright. I doubt caffeine has any relation with neurodivergence. Well, I got a classmate from karate who basically told me that coffee seems to actually tire them out rather than wake them up. And he explained to me that it's because he has ADHD. So I'm just basically quoting my classmate, if anything. So if anything, I would take what they'd say with a grain of salt. I'm just more or less repeating what I've heard. I personally have trouble speaking because 1, it's a physical activity. 2, nobody's going to wait while you check your answer. Yeah, you gotta have to have a knack for that kind of thing, especially for for conversation. I mean, even people that don't really have communication issues. I mean, depending on the nature of the conversation in question, it can be surprisingly tricky. I mean, people kind of make careers over that sort of thing. Think lawyers and politicians. But yeah. Again, like I was saying, I'm just going by what I heard my classmate said here. So, if that's not right, then I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, 普通だ。
そう。
For no matter how disciplined your mind is, you cannot resist.
お前は何ら恥じることはない。この世には絶対不変の真理というものが存在する。どれだけあがこうと努力だけでは変えられない壁だ。故に人は妥協し諦め、その都度別の道を目指す。だがこれだけは忘れるな。己の心の中に自分だけのシュタインズゲートを持て。
シュタインズゲート。
人は必ず一つその扉を持つ。これさえあればどれだけ別の道を行こうと迷うことはないだろう。 な。
Mocha nods. Looks like I got her to understand.
それでここからが本題だ。IBN5100 の情報は何かあるか。
Mocha answers by shaking her head slightly.
一体いつから調べている
2ヶ月ぐらい。
2 months, huh?
どんな調べ方を
And of course, Mocha starts to move her fingers at high speed. 4 people in 2 months? Stores, online auction houses, the usual. I also tried asking on @channel, and I even walked around Akihabara asking people. Or so I say, but I've only talked to about 4 people. Including you. That's... Yeah, you definitely do have communication issues for sure. If it's only just 4 people in 2 months, myself included. Poor girl. Even though hordes of otaku come to Akiba each day. One of the greatest long-term mysteries is what Okabe is even on about. I feel like it's gonna be I feel like it's a mystery that's gonna be pondered over for the ages, honestly. Even though hordes of... Oh, I just read this.
PC ショップで店員から話を聞いたりしているか。秋葉で一番 PC の事情に詳しいのは彼らだぞ。
Mocha shakes her head again. She's clearly not cut out for this job. Sincere she may be, she's just wasting time. That editorial company she works for must be incompetent if they chose her as their investigator. Ouch! Though I suppose it's also her fault for accepting the job despite her handicap. Well, that's fair.
IBN5100 を手に入れることと都市伝説を調べることと。
Like, he's not wrong, but still, that's like hitting below the belt.
両方。
なるほどな。
In that case, her search is limited to IBN 5100s in Akihabara. But I don't care about the urban legend. I just want to obtain an IBN 5100. My true goal is what comes afterward. So I don't need to limit myself to IBN 5100s in Akihabara. I could just look online. I might be able to get one through auction. That would take time and money, though. If I don't find one in the next few days, let's consider that option.
この後はどこを調べるつもりだ。
それは途方に。
よく聞こえないんだが。
Mocha types out a mail at high speed. I honestly don't know where to turn. I've tried everything. She's useless.
案ずるな。俺はそれなりのネットワークを持っている。それを駆使すれば、レトロ PC だろうと見つけるのは造作もないことだ。
Mocha looks at me for the first time today. I see respect in her eyes.
この俺を誰だと思っている。法院京馬だ。望む者は支配構造の崩壊、そして混沌なり。
それが岡部君のシュタインズゲート。
岡部ではない、法院だ。
After parting with Shining Finger, I go to a nearby PC store to talk to an employee I happen to know. Alright, let me save this thing, so... Still in Chapter 2. But naturally, he doesn't know where to find an IBN 5100 either. Apparently, it was easier to find retro PCs 10 years ago, back when there were more underground niche stores. Oh shit. Now these stores are all but vanished, driven out by stricter regulations and an inexorable spread of moe culture. So I can't really say it's Mocha's fault that she's not useful. After all, I'm stumped too. This was only my second day searching. Hunting for an IBN 5100 on an internet auction site is starting to look more appealing than confirming my search to Akiba. But again, that would take time and money. That reminds me, Mayuri called me before I met with Shining Finger. It's rare for the absent-minded Mayuri to be the one to contact me. I'm usually the one to contact her. I wonder what she wanted. Should I try calling her back? Can I call her back right now? Looks like I can. Should I? Don't worry, well, you'll know when the chapter changes, since it'll say big letters. Okay, call her. Gotcha.
俺だ。状況は？
ああ、オカリンだ。さっき電話したんだよ。
なあ。
Yeah, I know. A guy in my chat told me to ignore you, so get mad at him.
あのね、ダル君に電話してみて。
ああ？なんだそれは。
ダル君は今日はメイクインに行ってるよ。だから電話してほしいの。そしたらね、わかるから。じゃあね。
待て、おいマユリ、こら。
I doubt these phones actually have a webcam. So they're just showing it on the screen here just for me, the audience member's benefit then, yeah? A kind of little meta thing that they got going on. I guess that would make sense. She hung up. She doesn't look like she wants to explain. Even if I call back, Mayuri will probably just say the same thing. Let's do what Mayuri said.
Hi.
Well, we got voice only right there, so I guess they do. And I mean, when you really look at it, I mean, look, we got this thing right here. I mean, that's a camera lens, is it not? So it looks to me like these things actually do have webcam somehow. Well, and there's also this thing here too, but yeah.
俺だ。状況を教えろ。
その言い方はオカリンじゃん。マユシから聞いたん？
いや、何も聞いていない。
僕は今メイクインにいるわけだが、マユシが調べてくれたんだよ。フェイリスさんが IBN5100 のこと知ってるらしいって。
何？フェイリス？
Ferris knows about it, huh? Don't tell me that cat girl and the IBN 5100 are connected somehow. Ferris, my hero! I can't even imagine how they could be.
その発想はなかったわって感じなんだけど、なんかレトロ PC が家にたくさんあるらしいよ。
Let me guess. She doesn't actually have an IBN 5100, but an IBN 5200, excuse me. Okay, instead of ignoring every call, just ignore one call that you will get when there's an evening sky as BCG. Just ignore one, okay. That's some unexpected good news. The tables have turned, and now I'm close to my goal.
これもシュタインズゲートの選択だな。
わけわからん。
それでフェイリスはそこにいるのか。
もちろん。今日はちょうどフェイリス杯だから。
The Ferris Cup, you say? Ferris Cup? What's that? I think I remember hearing about it, but I never really paid any attention.
フェイリスさんに IBN5100 の画像を見せたら、よく似てる PC を10年ぐらい前に神社に奉納したって言うんだ。同じものかどうかはわからんらしいけどな。
神社だと？
That's an unexpected combination. PCs and shrines, consumer electronics, and ancient Shinto rituals. They're not even tangentially related. Not in this case, they're not.
どこの神社だ？
あ、聞いてね。正直すまんかった。
I think I might have an idea, actually, of which shrine it could be. Poor Rintaro. Or rather, poor me.
まあいい。
Because Rintaro doesn't seem to mind. What's that? In case you don't know what I'm referring to, why am I forgetting his name? It's the guy that works at that shrine we visited a few episodes back that played a very, very nasty little Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card on me, shall we say. I have no proof that's actually there. I'm just assuming, okay, shrine, maybe it's that one, or maybe it's a different one. The only shrines in Akiba are Kanda Myojin and Yanebayashi's shrine. Okay, so we got 2 locations. There we go. I don't know if Ferris was living in Akiba at the time, but at least it's a start.
じゃあそろそろキルを。いよいよフェイリス杯開始だ。
Wait a minute.
そうか。
She donated a similar PC to a shrine 10 years ago.
誰？お前ならできる。絶対優勝しろ。
Wait, how old is Ferris again? Isn't she like 17 or something?
任せとけい。
What the hell is a Ferris Cup anyway? More importantly, the shrine. I asked because if she indeed had donated a similar PC 10 years ago, she would have been 7 or something at the time, right? Can you even make a donation like that? At that age? Kanda Myojin is the larger and more popular shrine, so 9 out of 10 people would choose to donate something there. Well, then again, if it's just like a shrine thing, I guess you could. It's not like she's donating. It's not like she's just pawning it off at a pawn shop or something. But when I inquire at the shrine office, nobody knows anything about an old computer. We're talking about something that happened 10 years ago, so who would? That leaves Yanabashi's shrine. I don't think I recognize that number. Ignore this one? Okay. If that fails, I'll have to search all of Tokyo's shrines one by one. The thought alone makes me dizzy, so I'll set it aside for now. I don't recognize the number, so I decide to ignore the call. It could be an organization assassin trying to lure me into a trap.
その手に引っかかるものか。
I don't bother calling back. No voicemail? When I enter the courtyard, I see a beautiful girl, a boy, in micro robes sweeping with a bamboo broom.
京馬さん、こんにちは。
Ah, actually great! Luca!
ルカ子よ。お前、例のものはどうした？
Again, her appearance reminds me of Ashley Graves from The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Appearance-wise. Except, you know, Luca doesn't have a sepia skin tone.
硫黄とさみだれのことですか？
And now that I think about it, Ashley's eyes are pink. His are more of a violet purple. I'll tell you one thing, Luca's got the cuteness factor going on even better than Ashley does.
常に携帯しろと言っておいたはずだ。
すみません。でも掃き掃除の時は邪魔になるので。
掃き掃除の最中に乗っ取られたらどうするつもりだ？誰も助けてはくれんぞ。
そうですね。以後気をつけます。
ところでルカ子よ、お前の父上にお話ししたいことがある。呼んできてくれないか？
はい、いいですけど、お父さんにお話って。
これは人類の未来と関わる重大な要件なのだ。
I got mail. Honestly, same. With how many bots the calls there are nowadays, I ignore every unknown number. I can read this one, okay. Yeah, I do. I get a lot of those from time to time. Freaking unknown numbers. I ignore every single number I don't recognize. Unless they leave a voicemail and, like, I don't know, they're a business or something that I actually need to get in touch with or something. Unless they leave a voicemail that lets me know who they are and they're someone I would want to talk to, I ignore every single number that calls me I never recognize. Saves me a lot of headaches. Mayuri, it's August. Oh, Karine, do you eat junk food? It's almost festival season, so if I find any food stalls, I think I'll try them out. What do you think? Buy some takoyaki without octopus. You could say that's the supreme dish. Festival. Now that you mention it, we used to go to a lot of festivals together, didn't we? Remember how I used to clean house at the shooting ranges? They called me the 6 p.m. sniper. I'm gonna go with this one. This one sounds interesting. I often get calls from bank, delivery, or police who knows me by name and ask to read upcoming SMS. 100% those are account stealers. Yeah, those are actual scammers and scammers for sure. So never answer those, whatever you do, or rather give them what they want. You'll be in for a bad time if you do.
人類の未来？すぐ呼んできます。
Lukaku races into the shrine office. He believes just about anything I say. Lukaku's father soon appears. Oh, now I'm curious to know what loins this poor fellow came out of. Does the apple fall far from the tree, or close in terms of appearance? Lukaku is pretty flustered. He's practically dragging his father behind him.
お父さん、早く。
ちょっと待ってくれ。そんなにせかされても転んでしまうよ。
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting muscles like muscles. Yes, I forgot his name. Don't judge. But even so, clearly Luca's got his looks from his mom.
だって人類の未来がかかってるんだよ。
Luca, your mother must be loaded to the brim with estrogen. If her genes had this much of effect on you. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, mind you. Especially as far as Rintaro's concerned, but still. Just an observation.
そうか。それは大変だな。
I met Lukako's father several times before. He's a gentle, respectable adult. With the exception of how he raised Lukako. Oh yeah? Do tell. Apparently the reason Lukako wears a Maiko garb is because his father requested it. Why? Maybe his dad's a pervert. No, it's not like I mean to mock the Shinto priesthood or anything like that. Bots are so common, Bank made me SMS to me from the official number just to tell me that the person calling wasn't a bot. Some of these scammers can be pretty sophisticated with some of their stuff, so that's why it's better to err on the side of caution and just never reply to anything you don't recognize, period. At least that's what I do, and again, it's saved me from my fair share of headaches, I'm sure. If anything, there have been a few times where I think some scammers managed to get my information from credit card readers or something like that from certain shops. Because some people will install these little devices into the readers that can just take people's debit or credit card information and, well, yeah, make purchases with your account and everything. And after that, you gotta basically put a freeze on the card, apply for a new one, and yeah, then it just causes all kinds of problems because you got monthly bills to pay, including a phone bill and other things of that nature, and it's just, fuck me. Fuck me every time that ever happened. Which fortunately has not happened very often for me over the years, but every time it did, I felt it. That's why you should also be very careful where you shop online too. Because for all you know, some websites aren't really secure, are number one, probably not secure, aren't secure, and some crackers or what have you may try to take full advantage of that in order to get information from you that way, and then screw you over after the fact. So no matter what, be careful where you shop online. There's my life advice for the day, chat. By the way, I think Luca's father has Metal Gear Solid cosplay in the... Metal Gear Solid cosplay. Metal Gear? Bonus points when displayed incoming number may be a name brought by provider and not actual digits. Okay, so... First off, I gotta go to the bathroom again. But when I come back, I'm gonna briefly load the cosplay patch so I can see what Luca's father looks like in it, because now I'm curious. And then after that, I'll load it back to normal, and then we'll just continue on from there. So, BRB, again. Alright, I'm back. Actually, ended up trying to get rid of a little bit of trash beforehand before coming back too, and I somehow ended up cutting my finger on the rim of a seltzer water can. So I had to go fetch a bandage and clean up my wound. So now I bleed. At least for now, until everything starts to coagulate. TFW, some hacker has been getting their way into the database for 2 days and used an old proprietary computer to read your purchase history. YouTube chat just flat out refused to send a message with cracker in it. Very, very odd. Oh. Is this something that happened? Is this something that happened to you or somebody that you know? Anyway, while you're answering that, okay, let me double check to make sure I saved. Okay, good. So, let me just close the game for a second, because I believe we'll need to. Okay, you know what? Since I got this up, why don't I just go right ahead and update the thumbnail too again while I'm at it? Since we're basically on, for lack of a better description, a Kurisu-esque path. Even though, once again, I'm sure that my path in the story is, as I remember it being told to me, completely locked on this first playthrough. Because right now, Moiko is the one getting the attention. Or was. Alright, there we go. Now, let me... Okay, I did remember to put myself on Do Not Disturb, right? There we go. So that way I don't get bothered by notifications while I'm trying to stream. Okay, now let's load it back up. Cosplay. No, it's a translation. Cosplay patch. Okay. Let's check this up real fast. We've been talking about losing accounts, and Daru has been working meanwhile. Maybe another coincidence? Or is it perhaps synchronicity? I'm telling you, Daru's a menace. So let's see what we got here. Oh my sweet fucking Jesus. Is Luca wearing a Saratan outfit right now? Oh my god, why? Why Saratan, of all things? Why her? Couldn't have you picked anything else? I hate that bitch. She caused me nothing but problems in Chaos Head. Anyway, yeah, you're looking a lot more solid now in this outfit, aren't you, Mr. Okabe? Yep, definitely Metal Gear inspired for sure. You know what he kind of reminds me of right now? He looks like as though he's an older and gruffer looking Otacon trying to cosplay as Snake. It's kind of funny, actually, when I think of it like that. And it also reminds me of a couple playthroughs in MGS4 back in the day I did, wearing Otacon's face in that game. I won't say any more than that for spoiler reasons, if anybody in this chat even cares about that at this point, considering how old Metal Gear Solid 4 is at this stage. Okay! Curiosity satisfied. Let's get back to it properly now, shall we? Yep, it's not Mr. Okabe, but okay. By the way, Mayuri and Kurisu have Code Geass cosplays. Yeah, I really probably should just save a cosplay run for after I beat the game properly. Maybe not do an entire game maybe not do the entire run on channel for it, but just at least until I can see everybody's costumes in action. I don't know, maybe I might make it a little bonus stream or something here after the whole run with my whole run with the game the first time is done and over with. Something to consider. Apparently, the reason Lukaku wears mic... Oh, I just read this before. That's right.
やあ、ホーイン君、久しぶり。いつもルカがお世話になっていますね。
Explain yourself, boy! Why do you have your son wearing a Maiko outfit?
いえ、こちらこそ。
Your wife not hot enough for you?
そうなの。人類の未来が。
それは大変だ。
Luca's father deflects his son's panic with a gentle smile. Impressive. He knows how to brush someone off without making them feel bad. Maybe I should take notes. Anyway, I explained to Lukaku's father that I need an IBN 5100. I then asked him if that retro PC was donated to Yonebashi Shrine. Of course, I don't disclose any classified information, like how we plan to hack CERN or how this is all related to time machine research.
奉納という言い方がふさわしいかどうかは分かりませんが、この神社には確かに9年ほど前に預けられた古い PC がありますよ。
9 years ago. Well, do you still have it? Ferris Nyan Nyan cosplays Doronjo from Yatterman Amane. Suzuha cosplays Kusanagi Makoto from Ghost in the Shell. Oh, Ghost in the Shell cosplay, huh? No way. Really?
それだ。それに間違いないです。
We don't know that for sure yet, pal. Don't go count your chickens before they hatch.
ちょっと待っていてください。今持ってきましょう。
Lukaku's father comes back in about 10 minutes. His face is bright red, and he's carrying a large cardboard box. His gait is fairly unsteady. I wonder if he'll be okay.
ふう、探すのに手こずってしまいました。おそらくこれだと思います。
Well, let me see. Lukaku's father places the box on the ground and takes a deep breath as he rubs his back. Was it that heavy? I thank him and take a look inside.
これが IBN 5100。
Well, I will say, going by the picture, it actually does look the same. But is the actual model number the same, though? Is there a way to check? Inside is a simple computer with an integrated monitor. The monitor is only about as big as a GPS screen. I compare it to the IBN 55100 image I got from Shining Finger. They look very similar. But are they identical?
ここを見てください。
Synchronicity alert. And cosplayception. But yeah, I find it funny that Luca gets cosplay of in-universe fictional character. Now that you mention it, he's the only one that does, doesn't he? All the other ones get cosplays that are based off real-world fictional characters. Lukaku points to the logo between the tape drive and the monitor. The tape drive. Well, I mean, unless none of you guys in chat know what a cassette or a audio or a tape is, then yeah, I'm sure we all know what this is. Tape drive. Before the invention of the floppy disk, data was stored on magnetic cassette tapes. Specialized drives to read these tapes were the norm for computers in the 1970s. Have any of you guys ever any of you guys in chat ever grew up with VHS back in the day? Fun times. Fun times. It says IBN 5100 portable computer.
我ついに秋葉の都市伝説を解明する。
Yeah, I guess this is indeed it, for sure. If the logo is anything to go by. This is the Phantom PC of Akihabara. It's in excellent condition. There's only a thin layer of dust on it. How about the inside? That's what you really want to worry about when it comes to old PCs like this. But it looks like we need to plug it in to see if it works. Now the problem is whether Lukaku's father will lend it to me or not.
漆原氏、単刀直入にお聞きしたいのですが。
Nah, there are two more, but they're minor characters with sprite. Ah. I'm that old. Now we barely have CDs, either cartridges or download codes. Modernity sucks. Like, look, I mean, physical space, physical media of any kind here takes up space, yes, but at least you actually own the damn thing. When everything is stored on a freaking server or an account or whatever that could just be revoked or closed out on you anytime without your knowledge or consent or what have you, I mean, do you really own the digital goods that you actually purchase? I mean, yeah, there are some special sites here that do actually give you genuine ownership. Like for music, for example, you can buy stuff off Bandcamp. And for video games, you got places like itch.io and GOG.com. But they're the exception rather than the rule in practice. Freaking sucks. Because unfortunately, that also applies to my Steam library too. Which is why at some point I need to go. Which is why at some point I need to just take the time to just make backups of my Steam games. So that way, if God forbid anything should ever happen to Steam, especially all that bullshit happening with Visa and MasterCard, because they're going after them too right now. I'll at least make sure my games are safe on Steam at least. But yeah, my stance is if you already legally purchased something here, then it really should not be an issue for you to get a pirated copy of the thing in order to make sure you actually have a copy of said thing that you actually own and won't vanish from an account or whatever that the original thing you bought is tied to. So that way you don't end up losing access to that thing. Because when they have their money, because when you spend money and you give them your money for that thing at that point, and as far as I'm concerned, I've made the transaction. Therefore, I should be allowed to have the copy of the thing that I bought and do whatever the hell I want with it. Short of, trying to sell illegal copies or anything of it, of course. But, besides that. And I should probably shut up about that before I get into another tangent. One of them being Nakabachi. He's just giant Upa. I can recommend reading / watching Lord of Mysteries, a Lovecraftian / steampunk isekai with heavy emphasis on noticing coincidences and theorizing. Sounds like something that might be up my alley. Even if everything failed, Steam would still have the money cards that you can buy at stores. Yeah, but those things require Stripe, last I checked, and Stripe is another payment processor like Visa and MasterCard. At least that's what I remember seeing when I last looked at those prepaid cards last time I was at a brick and mortar store. So those cards will only work if Stripe also doesn't decide to try and screw around with Steam, much like what Visa and MasterCard are doing right now. So that is something that people need to keep in mind here, because unfortunately those prepaid cards are not exactly 100% foolproof either. Don't want to rain on people's parade here, but I'm just saying it's worth keeping this information in mind and planning accordingly. I mean, I don't want to cause panic or anything like that, but again, just something to bear in mind. But for now, at the very least, nothing seems to be going on with the prepaid cards, so if you're trying to get a game on Steam or whatever that, for some reason, Visa or MasterCard, if you have any cards like from either of those companies, they're just not allowing you to make purchases with them, then I would just look into a prepaid card for Steam and just using that to pay for the game instead. We just had 2 separate stop killing game movements. Yeah, and to be honest, from what I can see, a lot of the industry is through those movements has been showing its true colors when it comes to its attitude in regards to consumer ownership of the games we buy. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the colors that I see. So, yeah. Again, that's a whole nother discussion in of itself. Okay, but let's be honest. In that case, there would be a lawsuit of the century being cooked. Who's to say it's not already being cooked? I mean, considering all the torturous interference that Visa and MasterCard are doing, not just with big companies like Steam, but also countries like Japan and other things like that as a whole, because they've been screwing around with a lot of businesses over in foreign countries for a long time too. They've really been pushing their luck with all the stuff that they've been getting into lately, and are still doing even as we speak. So they may end up poking the wrong bear at some point, and when that happens, then all hell's gonna break loose at that by that point. And I pray for all our sakes it's sooner rather than later, because clearly something needs to be done about these credit card companies. They have way too much freaking power over our money and the kind of influence that they can have on wider society. Far, far too much power. More than anything, but more than anything, I just want to see a lot of the business. I want to see a lot of the actual entertainment businesses and all that, from video games and movies, TV shows, comics, anything, all the stuff that, you know, that relates to entertainment that I had even a remote interest in. I would love to see a class action lawsuit form against these credit card companies, and then take them to freaking task, along with maybe a little bit of help from some government bodies or what have you. And don't get me wrong, in the overwhelming majority of cases, I'm not a fan of government regulation at all. I don't trust the government with just about anything a lot of the time. But when it comes to the topic of these credit card companies in particular, we don't really have much recourse, considering how much of a monopoly that Visa and MasterCard in particular have over any kind of online transactions. So we're in a big pickle, and we're going to need some big actors at play to help us get through this, because there's next to nothing that us little guys can really do to really effectively combat this stuff, other than try to find workarounds that will hopefully not get, you know, sabotaged somehow. I know some people will recommend things like a Bitcoin and what have you, but That's not exactly a very reliable payment method either. Especially with how the value of those things tend to fluctuate over time, much like stocks. So, yeah, bottom line, just if you have any particular attachment to your Steam games or any other little account here that you have online here, where you can possibly get backups of the stuff that you own, the digital goods that you have. If you've got the means to create backups for them and store them without causing yourself too much headache, I would advise doing so, just in case. And you don't have to, you know, go into a big hurried panic over it. It's like something that you could just gradually work on over time. Like, for example, maybe I might, in the case of my Steam games, I might want to make a backup of a couple games on a given day if the mood strikes me, and then I'll just put them on. I'll put the game files on an external hard drive I have, and then I just rinse and repeat the next day, the next day, and the next day after that with a handful of other games, rather than, you know, spending a whole day or more just trying to do every single little one at once. So at least that way, you know, you're not trying to do a whole bunch of stuff all at once here, and, you know, taking up so much time and possibly putting yourself in a bad mood while you're doing it as well. But you're also at least gradually working on it, you know, so that way, if God forbid something should happen, you'll at least have some stuff backed up. Again, that's my advice. That's pretty much what I would do. But you do you. A lawsuit requires someone to be paying for it. Anyone who could have finances for something like this are in it themselves. Yeah, again, that's the biggest issue, especially in the American court system, is that a lot of court cases, even if you're a party in a legal court case, that by all accounts would have the moral right to try to sue somebody or something for some kind of wrongdoing that was inflicted on you. The other party may be able to beat you by just simply outlasting you in court by outspending you. And that's an actual legitimate legal strategy that a lot of big tech companies and other huge companies in general like to employ in order to try to get out facing any legal consequences for some kind of wrongdoing that they may or may not have engaged in. Is they'll just try to exhaust you financially by drawing out the lawsuits as long as possible, and using their vast wealth here to be able to pay whatever legal fees that they need to pay in order to keep it going, and then dry you out in the process. So you're going to need to be somebody who also has deep pockets a lot of the time in order to take on big corporate entities like these in order to actually get anywhere. It's freaking frustrating as hell, but again, that's pretty much the beast that we have to work with here in the States. I freaking hate the credit card companies.
この PC を貸してもらうことは可能ですか？
いいですよ。
Wow, that was easy.
そんなあっさりと。
Is it okay for a priest to just lend property out like that? Items which were donated to the shrine? I never heard anything like that. That's why I was expecting him to refuse.
これを私どもに預けた方から当時言われたのですよ。いつかこのパソコンをどうしても必要だとする若者が現れるから、その時は快く貸してもらって構わないとね。
If a young man ever appears? Well, this seems very oddly specific to my situation in particular. This is very interesting. But Ferris was the one who left us here, right? This is strange. I don't know what to make of this.
まさか本当にこうして現れるとは思いませんでしたよ。 というか、私もそのことづてのことはついさっきまで忘れていたぐらいです。ですからこれは法王院君にお貸ししましょう。ただし使い終わったら必ず返してくださいね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
You know, I would love it if we could actually go talk to Ferris now that we have the computer and, you know, just bring it up to her and ask, hey, did you actually leave this computer here at this shrine? And told this guy here to hand it to a young man who, yeah. Did you leave this message behind too? Because if she did, then, well, that raises a lot of questions, but something tells me we're not going to really be doing that now that we got this thing. I think Rintaro's just going to run back home with it, and we're just going to do whatever. But, yeah, I'm real curious now. Because if Ferris is the one who left this here, then then that would imply that she left a message as well, right? So, how exactly was she able to leave a message behind that would apply to my specific situation towards me specifically all these years later? That seems too wild of a coincidence to me. I bow deeply, but in my heart I'm grinning like a madman. I can't stop laughing. Things are going even better than I anticipated. It's almost like everything's being handed to me on a silver platter. Now certain secrets will be laid bare. We can expose their wicked research, and possibly even gather hints on how to build a time machine. And then I can beat them to the punch and complete the first time machine in human history. Yeah, they do it in Japan, but that problem will be fixed by the government and only apply there. So I doubt it'll affect the lawsuit in the US. Yeah, again, that's just... Visa and MasterCard are primarily United States-based companies, last I checked. So, if we're going to do any serious legal damage to them it would have to be here in the States, where they primarily operate. But that just brings us back to the problem we were talking about. So, again, I freaking hate the system that we're in. Okabe is mentally stable. Yes, he is. He's the most sane individual I've ever met. He makes me look like a raving lunatic by comparison. Now, okay, so let me save this here. But unfortunately, I don't have a car to transport it. In fact, I don't even have a license. Looks to me like you're just gonna have to carry it the old-fashioned way, my boy. Replied so late because my internet died again, by the way. Maybe it's your router. Maybe you should try smacking it. I try asking Lukaku's father if he'll drive it to the lab, but he has a neighborhood assembly to attend and declines with a smile. Well, we could always have Luka carry it for us, like a pack mule. It'd be a good opportunity to give him a little bit of exercise. Fortunately, the lab is less than a 15-minute walk from here.
結構重そうですけど。
いくら重そうだと言っても、所詮は PC だ。なんとかなるだろう。
If you end up dropping this thing and breaking it, I will pour a can of hot coffee down your back. I tried lifting up the cardboard box of the IBN 5100 inside. It's so heavy that I can barely get it off the ground. I put it down for now. Now I know why Lukaku's father was red in the face when he carried this thing.
大丈夫ですか?
How heavy is this thing? I could probably carry it easily.
よりによってこんな時に
I grab my right wrist. Come on, bird boy, show us your mighty power.
右手がうずき出すとは
岡部さん、京馬さん、そんな。お祓いをしないとです。
Lukaku turns to get his Miko tools, excuse me, but I grab his hand to stop him.
待て、行くな。まだ俺は大丈夫だ。
でも京馬さんすごく辛そうですし、僕どうしたら。
Exactly! I'm in pain. I'm not being possessed.
大丈夫。すぐ収まる。お前が心配することはない。ただ頼みがあるんだ。聞いてくれるか?
Will you kiss my wrist and make it feel better?
はい、僕にできることでしたら。
あの段ボールを運ぶのを手伝ってくれ。
Well, clearly he heard my earlier suggestion. Well, Luka, looks like you're gonna be a pack mule after all. When in doubt, blame your weakness on Chuni stuff. Lukaku's eyes quickly fill with tears.
でも僕体力全然ないです。
二人ならなんとかなる。今はお前だけが頼りなんだ。
If it makes you feel better, Luka, and I'm being completely serious when I say this, you probably actually are physically stronger than Rentaro. So, don't beat yourself up too bad. Apparently it weighs 25 kilograms or 55 pounds. 55 pounds? That's it? I could easily carry that with just one arm. These guys are weak. Holy shit. Says me, the gym rat. Lukaku gazes straight into my eyes and looks away apologetically.
僕にできるでしょうか?
できるさ。お前なら。
Then again, it's not like as though I'd be carrying a dumbbell or anything like that, where I have a handlebar and the weight is just concentrated on the actual ends, so to speak. It's a big bulky object. That's where the real issue would be, is hanging onto a big bulky object of that much weight. I could still do it, I'm sure. I know I could. But still. I don't know, maybe I'm judging you guys a bit too harshly. But just a bit.
わかりました。でも途中で休憩を何度か入れてもらえると嬉しいです。
That settles it. I grab one side of the cardboard box.
よし、ルカ子は反対側を持ってくれ。
右手はもう平気なんですか?
It'd be even better if you kissed it.
あ、いや、まだ油断はできない。
今は一時的に収まっているだけかもしれん。本調子ではないが、今のうちに運べるところまで運んでしまいたい。
That's about 5 times larger than one typical shopping bag, which are already a problem. You know, I'm curious. What are the dimensions of an IBM 5100? Let me look that up real fast. IBM 5100 portable computer dimensions. Okay, so it measures approximately 17.5 inches in width, 8 inches in height, and 24 inches in depth. Yeah, I could easily carry that. That wouldn't be an issue for me at all. For 15 minutes? Well, I probably would have to stop. I would probably have to keep shifting. I would probably have to keep shifting around my arms a bit. Maybe the most I might need to take like one break or two for a 15-minute trip on foot, but I can handle. Yeah, it's doable for me. I carry water to home, which is like 12 kilograms for each arm. Nowhere in hell would I want to carry alone 25 kilograms for 15 minutes. Okay, I work with kettlebells from time to time at the gym, so I want to check something. What was it? 72-pound kettlebell. Okay, I think some of the gym. Okay, it's 70 pounds. Excuse me, it's 70 pounds, not 72. Bell. So 70 pounds is the heaviest kind of kettlebell I can carry in each arm. So if we convert 70 pounds to kilograms, how many pounds? Okay, pounds in a kilogram. So it'd be approximately about 44 kilograms, give or take, if we're measuring a 70-pound kettlebell in kilograms. So yeah, those are the biggest kettlebells I can carry in each arm, and even then, I would probably be able to only walk about 30 feet before I would need to stop. So yeah, I would have to. Yeah. I'm just thinking here. Okay, so I'm just keeping the dimensions of the computer in mind here. With that amount total weight, because it would be a single object I would be carrying in 2 arms. Yeah, I could see myself being able to carry something like that by myself. I'll maybe need to make at least 2 stops. And very short ones though, but 2 stops all the same. So bottom line, like I've been saying, it's doable for me by myself with my strength. 32 kilograms around. Okay. All right, that all that aside, Lukaku makes a mad dash to the cardboard box.
頑張ります。でも僕自信ないです。
案ずるな。俺がなんとかサポートする。
With that said, we lift up the box on the count of 3. It's easier than carrying it alone, but it's still heavy. It sure is going to be hard to carry this for 15 minutes. Oh, poor Luca.
踏ん張れ。とにかく進むぞ。いいか。横向きに進むんだ。前や後ろには動くなよ。
横向きって左と右どっちですか?
Can we call the dad back? Well, he's apparently got a little function that he has to attend to, and I think he already left for that, so unfortunately we're kind of on our own here. I mean, 70.4 pounds. Okay, oh yeah. Oh, you're doing your measurement thing, okay. Now, Rintaro, like I told you, you drop this, I'll pour some hot coffee down your back in retaliation. Luca, though, I'll leave alone. Luca can do no wrong. You, on the other hand, you do everything wrong.
右。あ、いや、俺が右だから、ルカ子は左だ。左に進め。
Oh my god, the wheezing. The wheezing. Oh great, now we're gonna need someone to kiss his hand too. He's giving in faster than expected. Still lasting longer than you. We haven't even left the shrine. Honestly, I'm surprised I was basically right, since I said 32 kilograms on a gut feeling. Well, you're yeah, well, hey. Clearly you're better with numbers than I am. But then again, I don't typically think in the kilograms, or kilometers, or any kind of unit of measurement that starts with a K. This is going to be tough. Remember to hydrate on the way, because I'm sure you're going to be sweating bullets. Someone voice acted this. Yeah, and they probably got paid, hopefully, a decent wage for the week. It's dark by the time we get to the lab. It's normally less than a 15-minute walk, but since we had to stop a few times to let Lukaku rest, and you, it ended up taking twice as long. And I don't usually think in pounds. Well, I'm American, you're Polish, so that's my argument.
よく手伝ってくれた。助かった。本当にありがとう。
Lukaku starts fidgeting.
師匠である京馬さんの力になれて僕嬉しかったです。
He doesn't wipe the sweat off his brow. But despite that, Lukaku turns to me with a brave smile as he speaks. So cute. But he's a guy. I was wondering when this would happen. It's so disappointing. But he's a guy. Oh, come on, man! I look up to the second floor to see the lights turned on. Let's bring the IBM to the lab. File barrier waits. Don't drop it down the stairs! It was worth it to get to this scene just before the voice acting. Yeah, I can see that. I can see why. You still have to get... Yeah, yep, still have to get upstairs. We have to ascend this rickety building's narrow staircase. Hey! Maybe Muscles is around, and we can ask him for help. It's surely impossible for just Lukaku and me. Might as well call for help.
いでよ我がしもべたち今こそ契約に従い我に力を貸したまえ
京馬さん
The second story window opens when I cry out. The face that appears is...
うるさいわね。何事？
Hey! What are you doing here?
助手を召喚してしまったか。
なぜそこにいる
誰が助手よ。あんたが電話に出ないから、もう1時間近くここで待ってたのよ。
Wait a minute! You must have been the person that called me earlier. The number I didn't recognize. Oh! Wait a minute, how'd you get my number? Did Daro give it to you? My phone. That reminds me. Before I went to Yanabashi's shrine, I got a call from an unknown number. So that was her?
おかりーおかえりーあれれはるかくんも一緒だ
Mayuri appears behind my assistant. Is she your assistant or not? Which is it? Make up your mind, bird brain. Lukaku waves to Mayuri. At the same time, the door to the Brawn Tube workshop opens.
こら岡部倫太郎大きな声出して近所迷惑だって店長が怒ってるよ
Ah, perfect! Can you actually go get the boss? His muscles would be very useful. Part-time warrior appears. You pulled... ++++ SR Kurisa's the zombie. I feel stupid for being confused by this comment. Well, that's plenty of help. It's disappointing that they're all girls, but I'll compromise for quantity over quality. No, go for quality. Go call the boss.
召喚されししもべたちよ集まれこれより極秘ミッションを開始するさあ集まるのだ
Obeying my command, Mayuri, my assistant, and part-time warrior all walk over to me.
何これ
Mayuri peeks inside the cardboard box with great interest. As in surprise
手に入れ
gotcha.
たの
Oh, as in surprise gotcha? Oh, I see. Okay. I don't really play gotcha games, so that was kind of lost on me for a minute. Although if all of the people behind Blue Archive got rid of their freaking kernel level anti-cheat shit and all that other crap, I might give Blue Archive a try. Wait, you got one? Oh.
いかに
嘘すごいやるじゃん岡部倫太郎どこにあった
柳林神社。
柳林神社神社って神の社
ああ。
なんだってそんなところに
The warrior looks confused for some reason.
そっかだからルカくんが一緒なんだね
I would also want to get such a summon. Oh wait. Okabe chanted for his lab members to appear only for him to summon the assistant. I would also want to get such a summon. Personally, I would like to summon Ferris. Look at Okabe having all the girls carry heavy boxes for him just because he asked. And here poor Luca is probably thinking to himself after hearing your comment, am I a joke to you? Although, given how he looks and sounds and carries himself, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then chances are it's very likely a duck. Of course, I meant in the context of gotcha drops. Yeah, I understood that. I got that. Speaking of ducks.
何なの？何の話？
IBN 2000 5000でしたっけ？
Lucas should get a break after carrying this thing. Ours can pick up from here. Yeah, I do agree. Poor guy does deserve a break.
IBN 5100を手に入れたのだよ。
おう、昨日言ってたあれね。
For some reason, Suzuha gasps when she sees my assistant. Huh? And then she approaches until they're close enough to feel each other's breath.
何か？
マキセ・クリス？
You know her?
そうだけど。
For some reason, she stares at Kurisu with frightful intensity. Kurisu narrows her eyes in opposition. What's going on here? My words exactly. I can't move a muscle. The air's so thick with tension.
何なの？私、あなたに何かしました？
Apparently, going by this attitude. Suzuha turns away, and without looking back, disappears into the Brawn Tube workshop.
今の誰？
I think a better question is, why does she have such animosity towards you?
そうそう、あのね、ブラウン管工房にバイトさんが入ったんだって。すずさんっていうの。
知っている。
I don't know about the Suzuha-san part, though.
そうなの？
そのバイトがなんで私にあんな敵意むき出しなわけ？
知らんな。お前が何か怒らせるような真似をしたのではないのか？
彼女とは今初めて会ったのに失礼な人ね。
Kurisu picked a fight with me the first time we met, too. But that was a hallucination, so I don't say anything.
それより手伝ってくれ。この段ボールをラボに運び込むぞ。
Suzuha's departure decreases the number of helpers, but the 4 of us should be enough. Well, congratulations, Rentaro! You didn't break the thing on the way over here. Your back is safe from my hot coffee. For now. By the time we wrestled the IBN 5100 into the lab, every one of us is out of breath. Daru's at his computer eating potato chips. Look at little Daru trying to emulate the light Yagami when he should be hacking! Lazy bastard.
貴様！なぜ手伝わんのだ！
いや、呼ばれとらんし。
Yeah. And it falls off the table. Roll the credits.
全員集合だと言ったではないか！
If that actually happens, I will actually laugh. Since Daru didn't come, the 3 girls, 2 girls and 1 cross-dressing boy, are all worn out. Mayuri and Lukaku are clearly not cut out for physical labor. And Kurisu did nothing but complain. Because I'm weak and you are almighty.
疲れたね。もう歩けないです。
3人ともよくやってくれた。
I pick 3 bananas from the bunch on the table, from the hand, and distribute them among the 3 worn-out girl and cross-dressing boy. Get your facts straight, bird boy.
それは手伝ってくれた礼だ。遠慮せずに食べてくれ。
ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。でもこのバナナマユシーのだよ。
そういえばマユリこの IBN5100 を手に入れられたのはお前のおかげだ。お前の情報がなければ見つけるのにもっと手こずっていただろう。
そうかな。オカリンの役に立てたならよかった。
Mayuri happily takes a bite of her banana.
IBN5100 を使って何をするの？昨日セルンがどうとか言ってたけど。
気になるのか？クリスティーナ。
私はクリスティーナじゃないし気になるってほどでもない。証拠がないなら別にどうでもいいわ。
If you weren't interested, then why'd you ask about it? But to me, it looks like she's dying to know. It's evident by the way she keeps glancing at the cardboard box. Yeah, she's definitely a tsundere, that's for damn sure.
これはセルンとの戦いに必要となるのだよ。
戦いってセルンは研究機関よ。
表向きはな。
何をしようとしてるの？場合によっては警察に突き出すわよ。
警察だとマッドサイエンティストであるこの俺が警察を恐れると思っているのか？それよりはるかに容赦ない機関の連中に追われ続けてきたこの俺が？
開き直ったって無駄。何をしようとしているのか言いなさい。
You know, she's really pompous for an assistant. Pot, meet kettle.
それは後でゆっくり話す。それよりダルよ。IBN5100
Sutina.
いつからセルンを
Sutina. That's actually good. Might have to steal that one. Well, yeah, we got the device now, but how do we actually access this thing's hidden decoding feature? Does anybody even know how to access it? Because I don't remember that information ever coming up at any point prior to this. Daro talks as he plugs in the IBN 51's power adapter into the wall. Excuse me. He turns the machine on and the power supply begins to make a turbulent noise.
すげえ、ちゃんと電源ついた。まずこいつの使い方を覚えなきゃなんだぜ。そもそも配線つなげたりも大変そうだし。ちょっと時間かかるかも。サーバ管理者の ID 探しと同時進行は無理っぽ。
構わん。ID 探しを優先させてくれ。できれば今月中に IBN5100 を使えるようにはしてもらいたいところだが。
今月ってまだ30日丸々残ってんじゃん。さすがに来月まではかからねっつーの。
That's my super hacker.
じゃあマユシーたちは先に帰るね。お邪魔しました。
The two of them finish their bananas and get ready to leave.
お、二人ともご苦労。助かったぞ。
つくづく偉そうだな。
クリスちゃんは帰らないの？よかったら駅まで一緒に行こうよ。
ありがとう。でも私はもうしばらくここにいる。
そっか。じゃあまたね。トゥットゥルー。
By the way, forgot one thing. You will get a mail soon. Skip it / don't read it. Okay.
失礼します。
Yeah, let's keep. Maybe we should. I'll just go ahead and get through what's left of this scene, and then we'll bring today's stream to a close. So let's see how fast we can get through it. Mayuri and Lukaku wave goodbye and head out the door.
それで
Hey! Yet another example of synchronicity. Right as you tell me about it, there it is.
それでとは？
説明を要請してるんだけど、 IBN5100 とセルンのこと。
では説明しよう。我が右腕であるスーパーハッカーミスターダルが。
スーパーハッカーじゃないって。何度言わせるん？
スーパーハッカーのミスターダルがセルンにハッキングを仕掛けた。
大丈夫なの？捕まるんじゃ。
僕はそんなポカはしないのだぜ。
いや、そういう意味じゃなくて。
その結果、奴らが LHC でタイムトラベル理論を研究している痕跡を見つけたのだ。
LHC ね。
これはマジ。何しろ僕が調べたんで。つうか LHC は実は9年前から稼働してた。
そうなの？
そして
Apparently so.
ミニブラックホールの生成にも成功している。
うっそ。だったらどうして公表してないのよ。
そこだ。なぜか奴らは公表していない。 LHC が9年前から稼働していたことも、ミニブラックホール生成に成功したことも、タイムトラベル理論を研究していることもだ。それはつまり後ろめたいことを。
Damn it. Another email. I'll start over.
それはつまりセルンが後ろめたいことをしている証拠である。陰謀の匂いがプンプンとしないか？
陰謀論を信じる気はない。でもあんたの言うことが本当だと証明されるのなら驚きかも。あのセルンがタイムトラベル理論を。でも IBN5100 は何の関係が？
セルンのデータベースに IBN。
Who the hell is trying to get in contact with me? Another email. There's only one person who can send them this fast. Mocha? That mail demon. Didn't I tell her to chill out?
すまない、ダルよ。説明を続けていてくれ。
How does a conspiracy smell like? Like banana? Well, probably. Well, I did not touch the phone button. I did not touch it. He just pulled it up on his own. Well, anyway, to answer your question, it probably doesn't smell like feet, I can tell you that much. So hopefully it smells like banana or something pleasant. Oh yeah, I should say skip / don't read mail from Mocha. He's pulling it up. I'm not doing shit. It's a reply to my earlier email. Just so you know, I check my email around the clock. You can reply to me anytime you want, okay? Just do it soon, please. Have you found any leads yet? Nothing at all on my end. I've been to a lot of stores, but none of them... had an IBN 5100 on display. Maybe I should have tried asking. Anyway, let me know if you found anything. Did you get my last email? If you did, then reply, okay? Oh, I know. Let's set a schedule. We'll exchange information at 7 p.m. every day. How's that? Doesn't that sound like a good idea? I think it does. Don't you? Let me know. Remind me again why the hell she's so insistent on getting this thing? Kurisu is glaring at me. Better make the reply brief. I got an IBN 5100. I can't lend it to you, but if you want to see it, you can come to our lab. The address is... I sent the email after adding the lab's address and closed my phone.
それでどこまで話した？
セルンのデータベースに IBN5100 が使われてるってとこまで。
つまりそれが意味するところは、そのデータベースの情報を解読するには同じく IBN5100 を使うほかないということだ。
なんでそうわかるのよ。
とある筋からの情報だ。
I undropped Hyder's name. I have no doubt this genius girl would laugh if I did. Kurisu puts a finger to her lip, deep in thought.
IBN5100 云々はともかく、セルンが本当にそんな研究をしているのか確証が欲しい。
True, we didn't get any definite proof of CERN's time travel research last time we hacked them.
ダル、セルンのサーバー管理者のパスワードを見つけるのは時間がかかるのか？
ちょうどこれからやろうと思ってたんよ。半日はかからないんじゃね？
というわけだ。
それまで待つわ。
待つって、もう夜になってる件について。今日は一度帰って明日の朝また来れば？
いいえ、待たせてもらう。1マイクロ秒でも早く知りたいから。
Again, for someone who claims to not really have much interest in time travel, you're showing an awful lot of interest. But given what you alluded to earlier about your father, I think I can understand why.
いい心がけだ。もはやセルンに隠された陰謀に魅了され、知りたくてたまらないという様子だな。
Is telling about this legend and even showing it a good idea? Legend? Oh, you mean what they're talking about to Kurisu? Honestly, probably not. But they're telling it anyway, so whatever consequences come our way, it's his fault. No, it'll be a scene that works on the same mechanic as the one I tried to show you earlier, until everything went wrong and you overwritten save in a short amount of time. I was running to a toilet. And I was running to the toilet back then because after going to it during break, I got hit with stomach pain at the worst time. But anyway, that scene works on the mechanic of Kurisu not liking when someone uses their phone when talking to her. Oh. Tomoka. He could have just told he didn't get the IBM. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. That is true as well. But like I said, he went and said something, so come what may, it's his fault. I didn't make the decision. He pulled the phone out and replied. I was told not to.
あんたたちの言うことがもし事実だとするなら、こんなふざけたことってない。セルンは世界最高の研究機関なのよ。そこが実験結果を公表せずに極秘で実験してるなんて、世界中の研究者をバカにしてる。
That they are.
もし事実ならだけど。
She finishes by emphasizing that point again. Doesn't look like she believes us.
ではだる。任せたぞ。
According to Daru's research, the IBN 5100 weighs 25 kilos. For now, we'll leave it on the shelf in the development room. We carry the cardboard box to the room, half dragging it. Kurisu follows.
電話レンジ見せてもらっていい？
Phone wave, name subject to change.
実験してみるか？
Kurisu just accepted to become compliant with international hacking. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who noticed. Yeah, she's surprisingly okay with criminal activity, it turns out.
あれ以来一度も再現はできてないのよね。過去へメールを送る現象。理由は把握してる？
I can only shake my head.
ちょっと試してみましょう。
Kurisu looks around the development room.
しかしガラクタだらけね。
Yeah, I was a junk man once in my past life. Those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?
ガラクタではない。お前はまだ知らないようだから特別に教えてやろう。これは我ら未来ガジェット研究所がその科学力の推移を結集させて発明した栄えある未来ガジェットたちである。ここに保管されているのは未来ガジェット1号から7号までであり、電話レンジ括弧仮は未来ガジェット8号にナンバリングされるのだ。
未来ガジェットね。
Kurisu casually picks future gadget number 4, mode snake, up from the shelf and stares at it.
ちょっとこれって兵器じゃないの？
未来ガジェット4号機モアッドスネークはクレイモア地雷に似せて作られた瞬間加湿器だ。
紛らわしいな。
水を入れて電源を入れればわずか数秒で大量の蒸気が噴き出すのだ。
やっぱりガラクタだな。
You hear that, Snake? She just called you junk. Snake? Snake! Kurisu sighs and returns mode snake to the shelf.
これ借りるわよ。
Hey, you look good in a lab coat. Without waiting for a reply, she grabs Daru's never-worn lab coat from the shelf and puts it on gallantly. Like, basically, I was holding it in and thought I written all instructions, only do you have Mayuri calling you at the worst time, since it could also apply to her calling you. So I wrote that it was the wrong scene as last thing. Run to toilet and see you delete the save by mistake. Ah. I see. Well, I never claimed to be perfect. I make dumb mistakes myself. What can I say? I'm special.
やっぱり落ち着くな、白衣。
Overcome with emotion, I seize Kurisu's hand and grasp it firmly.
助手よ、お前は分かっているじゃないか。
何がよ、話してよ。
やはり研究開発においては白衣こそがユニフォームだよな。
I told Daru over and over, but he wouldn't wear one. But my assistant is different. She put it on before I even said anything.
やはり俺の目に狂いはなかった。 クレスティーナ、お前は最高の助手だ。
If you're so proud of her, then the least you could do is actually remember her name.
褒めてくれてるのかもしれんが、私にしてみれば侮辱されてるとしか思えんぞ。おい。
She shakes off my hand and turns her back to me.
その白衣はラボ面加入記念としてお前にプレゼントしよう。もともと誰も使っていなかったのだ。気兼ねすることはない。あるいはその白衣は元からお前に巡り合うべくして巡り合ったのかもしれん。ダルが着ようとしなかったのもまた必然。すべてはシュタインズ。
くだらないこと言ってないで実験してみましょう。
Kurisu thrusts both hands into her lab coat's pockets, then bends down to look at the set time machine now placed underneath the table. The previous experiments broke the table and even left a hole in the floor. There's a danger that will happen again if we successfully reproduce the discharge phenomenon, so unfortunately we'll have to leave it on the floor for now. God help you if you manage to discharge it again and it goes right through the floor and ends up crashing right on top of poor Muscle Boy's head. I'll be very sad if that happens, because he's a good man. And he could have been a great workout buddy.
これって電子レンジの方は何もいじってないんでしょ？
I point to the X68000. There's a code on the screen.
常時ターミナルモードにしてやる。どんな設定にもできるのだ。市販されている電子レンジよりも無茶をさせることも可能だ。
放電現象が起きた時はどんな設定にしてた？
特に何も。出荷時設定のままだった。
バナナもらうわよ。
The hand of bananas only has 3 bananas left.
それは前売りのものだ。
だったらあんたに許可取らなくていいわね。明日新しいバナナ買ってくることにしてと。
Poor Mayuri. Everybody always keeps eating her fingers. Kurisu takes 1 banana from the hand, squats down, and places it inside the phone wave, named subject to change. She begins to type on her phone. I'm going to beat this man if he keeps using wrong banana terminology around me. She pushes send, and the phone wave, named subject to change, begins to turn backward. After 120 seconds, the chime rings. What is it? Chaos Head finger eating case? Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I'm referring to the fact that individual bananas, when you take them from the bunch, as he calls them, are actually called hands. And following that terminology, individual bananas that are part of a hand are referred to as fingers. You know, hand, finger, that kind of thing. Again, I'm not the one who came up with that, but apparently that is actually proper terminology to use for bananas when referring to the bunches and all that. It's weird, I know, but I don't make the rules, I just play the game. But yeah, I was referring to the fact that people keep eating or experimenting with Mayuri's bananas, despite her constant protests. Yes, I know. Okay, actually, wait, I think you were here for that whole tangent several episodes ago, weren't you? Sorry, never mind. Didn't mean to subject it to you again.
何も起きてない。
The banana is still in the microwave, unjellified. Kurisu yelps as she tries to take out the banana and quickly draws back her hand. She got hot-fingered! She starts blowing on her fingers.
温められてるわ。
レンジが普通に動作したということか？
This proves that the hidden function Mayuri found wasn't a freezing function. But we knew that already. Undaunted, Kurisu throws in a new banana and once again begins reverse rotation for 120 seconds. But the second banana warms up too. Did the discharge affect the functionality of the thing somehow? Is that why it's just acting like a normal microwave right now? We went over in detail, and I think we will have a finger rant every stream. You're probably right about that, actually. In which case, sorry in advance, but you know how I am. We can't reproduce the jellification phenomenon, much less send a mail to the past.
どういうことだ？
やっぱりこの前起きたことはイレギュラーだったっていうことか。
イレギュラーだろうがなんだろうが原因を究明せねばならない。
それには同意。
We agree for once. Finally, progress! But Kurisu's motives and my motives are probably the exact opposite. Should I ignore this one too, or can I go ahead and read the mails now? It was all a dream. Roll credits. Yep. A really, really, really sad, fingery dream. Okay, read it. Got it. Alright. Ratsna? Remember we went to the Haredi festival? That Ratsana-san plushie you won is still on my desk at home. Ratsana? What's that? In Japanese, please. Okay.
この前の実験ではちぎられたバナナは電話レンジカッコ仮で120秒間を過ごした後バナナの房へとゲル化して瞬間移動した。これは120秒前の状態に戻ったと考えるべきだ。
違う。120秒前の状態に戻るならゲル化はしない。
So she wants to say that because it was jellified, it didn't travel back in time.
唐揚げはゲル化せずに冷凍状態へと戻ったのだぞ。
そのゲル化せずに冷凍状態へ戻ったっていうロジックも怪しい。冷凍されていただけでゲル化そのものは起きていた可能性については検証した？
No, I didn't. I think Mayuri ate the refrozen chicken.
塩に関してはゲル化はしなかった。
何も変化しなかったって定義すべき。
この前の放電現象が発生した後、徹夜で実験した結果、キャベツ、大根、米、こんにゃく、メロンパン、ガルガリ君、カップ麺、いずれも
Ah, the crunchy coon, Seina's favorite. Crunchy-kun, or Garugari-kun, fictional, a brand of popsicle that is popular throughout Japan. In addition to the standard soda flavor, over 50 varieties are sold, including cola, grape, and limited promotional flavors. Upon finishing one, "You win" may be found written on the stick, and a winning stick earns a free popsicle. The chances of winning are rumored to be around 2%. I miss the Gigolomaniacs. Neurose notwithstanding.
液体に関しても同様だ。あの日は 放電現象の前後で実験の成功率が180度変わった。放電現象前は全て成功、放電現象後は全て失敗。
レンジが電気を溜め込んでるとか？ゲル化したものはフラクタル構造のようだって言ってたわよね。塩はもともと単純構造だから影響を受けないのかな。電気とどんな関係が？
Salt and electricity.
ここはタイムトラベル理論を前提に考えてみるべきだ。
ダメ。結論ありきで考えるのは良くない。
すでにいくつも実験成功例があるのだぞ。それを否定するのか？
私は別にこれがタイムマシンじゃなくてもちっとも困らないから。そもそもこの小さな電子レンジの中でビッグバンに匹敵するエネルギーが発生していると定義するのは無理がある。
Kurisu frowns deeply.
放電現象の再現、それにフラクタル構造化の再現、どちらもできなくなってしまった理由があるはず。やり方は何も変えていない。設定も全く変えていない。実験対象も変更なし。それ以外で変動する条件というと、
誰が観測するかだな。
That can't be it either. That doesn't sound right to me. I'm trying to think. What's different? Well, not what's different. What the possible variable could be. But nothing's coming to mind. Finally, we're sciencing. I know! We're finally adventuring through the fields of science with our brains. It's almost like we're actually on a science adventure now.
何よそれ。
Oh, wait, make a save and check quick load because I remembered something. Make a save and quick load. Okay. All right, what did you remember? Not load, quick load. Oh. Okay, then. It's a different button. Okay. Well, I see a bunch of different save files here, but which one do I click? It has autosaves. Was just checking. So, there's nothing I have to check here then? Ah, okay. I have autosave just in case. Gotcha. Alrighty.
量子論だ。観測者は実験の重要な要素だ。
Quantum theory. You didn't talk about that before, did you? During the
放
lecture?
電現象が起きた時はここには4人いた。でもその前に橋田さんが1人の時にも発生してる。フラクタル構造化した実験時は2人の時や3人の時があった。
But who is the common denominator among those observers? Because according to what you just said, it sounds to me like Daru is the common denominator here.
私たちは2人ともどちらの現象も見ている。つまり条件は変わっていないはず。
だとしたら、
There must be some other variable. It's on the tip of my tongue. Then I hear a rumbling sound from Kurisu's stomach. At first I was like, what the fuck was that? And it sounded like a small dog growling or something. You got a purse puppy in your tummy?
腹が減ったのか？
うるさいな。お昼から何も食べてないのよ。
Well, if we got any left, you can eat one of Mayuri's fingers. Kurisu turns away as she looks at her watch.
もう8時か。
バナナを食うがいい。ただし、食べていいのはさっき温めた2本だぞ。実験で使った食材は美味しくいただけ。
Oh, ha ha ha. Very funny.
あるいは買い置きのカップ麺があるが。いらないか？やはりアメリカ生活が長いとファーストフードの方が好きになるものなのか。
カップ麺。
I still like to think the observer effect means the measurement device has interacted with quantum states distrustively to gain information from it, as information and energy is equal in that size. Well, quantum science is kind of outside of my wheelhouse as far as stuff I personally understand / comprehend, so you probably understand it a lot better than I do. This is kind of beyond me, currently.
何？
カップ麺もらうわ。
カップ麺をか？
ちなみに味は？
醤油味と塩味がある。
Take the chicken. Good girl. She seems in the mood to eat.
それとフォークある
？Oh, destructively. Okay. That was a typo. Gotcha. It's past midnight. At 8 o'clock, the two of us silently ate cup noodles and warm bananas. Dara said he didn't want any. And ever since then, we've been examining the phone wave, named subject to change. You know what? Unless this scene is still technically going on, then this might be a good place to stop for now. So what I think I'll do next time we come back to Steins Gate is we'll finish what is left of Chapter 2, and then I'll reload my other save and check out that one phone conversation from Mayuri that I ended up ignoring to put myself on this story branch that I've been on all the way up until now, and then see where that leads us. And then after we get through all that stuff, then I guess we'll figure out how exactly we want to proceed with the story from that point on, and just continue seeing where things lead us. Now, what do I want to cover next time? As far as streaming content goes, then maybe I want to do Higurashi or something next. Get closer to finally finishing that series. Just in case for the next stream, if I will be late, when you reload, pick up Mayuri phone, skip, pick Kurisu phone, and then pick up Mocha's email. I will try to make a note of that. Hold on, actually wait. Let me see if I can do something here. Can I? Yes. Okay, good. I can copy your chat message. Got the text all. Okay, got it. All right. I just saved your information just now from your message. So I'll have that note handy the next time we come back to this. It makes more sense for Japanese readers, but Kurisu has a good reason to worry if they have forks. In Japanese apartment as she lived in America. Ah, yeah, because they normally use chopsticks, right? Because there are like 3 different scenes that you could get this chapter. 3 different ones. Holy shit. I wonder how much time we'll end up spending just checking out the different variations. Well then. All that aside, like okay now. Yeah, so I think the next game I'll stream whenever I can squeeze it in. I'll try to do another Higurashi stream next. Then I will maybe do a stream for Noelle and the Mortal Fate to continue that as well after the Higurashi one. And then because I imagine we'll be in October by this point, I'm gonna start streaming Silent Hill 2 remake, and we're gonna see what's gonna be, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun going through a different interpretation of one of my favorite video games of all time. Well, at least I hope some of us will be having fun with it. Me though, I don't know. I'm still worried about that game for various reasons, which, you know, when I finally get around to it, I'll explain as I play, but again, there seems to be something about it here that gives at least some redeeming qualities, despite being a very highly contentious game by virtue of being a remake of Silent Hill 2. So I'm hoping that by the time I get through that game, I at least won't regret spending time with it. But again, Silent Hill 2 is a very precious game to me, so I can't help but be very concerned as to how they're going to handle it in the remake. And again, based on what I already know about it and what I've already seen through preview trailers and things like that, I'm already concerned about a few things. But I already talked about that at the beginning of this stream anyway, so I won't repeat myself here. But either way, we're going to be in for a decent amount of content for the next few weeks, depending on how things play out with my work schedule. But when we do eventually come back to Steins Gate, we will replay these segments of Chapter 2, see what we can get from there, and then we'll just continue on to Chapter 3. Like I said. And I feel like I'm just repeating myself ad nauseum at this point, so I'm just gonna go ahead and shut up and wish you all a pleasant morning, evening, or whatever part of the world, whatever time of day in whatever part of the world that you happen to be in. I hope those of you who tuned in today enjoyed yourselves. I certainly did. Again, I'm hoping to get back into the groove of content creation a bit now that I've basically taken a little bit of time to recharge my batteries a little. Especially if my schedule will start allowing it a little bit. And I hope to see you all again very, very soon. So with all that being said, have a good day or evening. Take care. I'll see you all next time. Good night.